All right. All right, the second round has obviously started. We're going to get into all of that very soon. Draft results, my big board, my top 50. Got my big board going. Steelers are not on the clock yet. Wow. So, unfortunately, I'll definitely not be able to show you guys the second round here, as
million viewers. We welcome 31 extraordinary players into.
I know that there's definitely an echo here. Hold on. All right. All right. Hold on. Yes. Where's my mic is. All right. Hold on. Bruh. Jesus Christ. There it is. My Elgato should be fixed. Draft tracker is on. Have the draft right there. All right. Let me know if you guys have the stream open and if you're watching the draft along with me. Everything should be set up currently. Hold on. Fit check.
Of the 2020 NFL Draft is now officially open. The Pittsburgh Steelers are now on the clock.
And there we go, the Steelers, who will make the first pick, we assume, of this draft of round 2 tonight, assuming they don't make a deal here. It was a deal that got them to this place in the first place. Chicago the first pick in the draft and would have had number 1 here in round number 2 as well. They traded out of number 1 and they traded out of this second round as well, acquiring Chase Claypool.
Let me know if that's
the Pittsburgh Steelers,
good.
and thus that's how the Steelers got here. Now, when we went to bed last night, I wouldn't have bet you the Steelers would be picking in this spot because I was hearing a lot of talk about potential trades and teams.
All right, everything should be good.
Mort and Adam, what can you tell us?
Well, several teams have contacted the Steelers about this pick, but the Steelers have to have about 8 to 10 players they're comfortable with to trade down from that pick.
Hopefully they'll
a quarterback, but that's not necessarily the case. The Steelers need to.
I wonder if the let me know if there's an echo though, of course. Steelers are on the board.
Right now the Pittsburgh Steelers have not yet traded their pick. We'll see if they make it tonight, but look for a lot of deals in the second and
Alright, if you guys can hear everything, then we should be A-okay. Make that a little bit lower.
recent years, that's a first-round pick that you were seeing. Lamar Jackson, who yesterday got a big contract in Baltimore. Finally, Ryan Ramczyk, Walter Mankins, great offensive lineman. Drew Brees was the first pick in the second round the year that he came out to the then San Diego Chargers, and we see others there. So, Mel, let's talk about...
If you guys want to, you know, look at my draft board, obviously... Here's my draft board.
You went with Broderick Jones, offensive tackle out of Georgia yesterday. Passed on some pretty good corners, and now you have Joey Porter Jr. from Penn State sitting there. We know what Joey Porter Sr. did with the Steelers. Joey Porter Jr., 6'2", 193 pound, press corner, ranked 4'5", only one career interception, bothered some people, and his lack of versatility, never played in the slot. I get all that, but to get a Joey Porter Jr. here at pick number 32 for the Steelers, and how fired up he would be to become a Steeler when his father played with that organization, be fun to see.
Yeah, I think the Steelers have to go corner. You know, they tried to address it with the veteran a little bit with Patrick Peterson. He's a guy that can mentor a young cornerback. You think about the Steelers' defenses of old. They like to have a corner they can lock down and play man-to-man and bring those fire zones. They don't have that guy right now. And wouldn't it be something to get Joey Porter Jr., his dad had played there, the legacy. You think he's a long physical corner. He would fit the Pittsburgh Steeler mentality. But regardless if it's him or another corner.
Yeah, I also agree with the analyst here with Joey Porter Jr.
Zone principles very, very well. Plays very well with his hips open. He'll get a lot more opportunities to make some plays on the ball and get interceptions because of the way Pittsburgh plays. Lots of vision on the football. Mike Tomlin is a Portland defensive back coach by trade, and they know that they need it, as you just mentioned, Mel, right from the get-go. You're in a division where guys are putting up Star Wars numbers throwing the football, man. And you can't just count on T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith. They like rush the passer all the time and put quarterbacks on their back. At some point, you got to help them out, and you got to make sure you can cover in the back end. I'd be shocked if it wasn't that position.
They traded up in round one and took an offensive tackle, moving up from 17 to 14 in a trade with the New England Patriots. They have long needed help on that offensive line, and they got some. By the way, for those of you who are just joining us, I will remind everyone that in this second round, there will be 7 minutes between selections. Last night, we had 10 in round one. There were 7 minutes between the picks, and then in round 3, we will go to 5 minutes between the picks. Mel, the offensive line has been such a point of issue for the Steelers in recent years, towards the end of Ben Roethlisberger and now the beginning of Kenny Pickett. I wonder if one player there is not enough. There are a lot of good interior offensive linemen whose names we'll hear tonight.
Yeah, I think you look at John Michael Schmitz at Minnesota, a center who's an outstanding football player. Joe Tittman, center.
Let me know if everything is okay. Be making a quick video.
Then you think of Steve Avila from TCU, was a center 2 years ago, guard this year, has a lot of ability. He's a definite hole filler right away, an immediate plug-and-play starter in the NFL. So the interior of the offensive line has 3 guys that a lot of people like in round 2.
Yeah, those are 3 good players now. I mean, Whippler as well, Tittman, John Michael Schmitz. I like Deuce Scruggs from Penn State as well. I mean, there's some good-looking players here in the interior now that really kind of make up the guts of your roster, right? They're not the flash and dash, they're not night one players, but these are the kind of guys you're going to be...
Yo, what's up, Jays? It's good, bro. Hold on one sec.
So tonight's very important when it comes to these guys.
The Steelers pick is in, and whoever it is, it's someone they wanted badly because, again, you just heard it from Mort and Adam, and we were hearing it all since last night. Teams were really interested here, and the Steelers were asking a king's ransom for this spot. They wanted, there's a player they desperately wanted to take here, so whoever it is, there's a commitment from the Steelers.
Yeah, you see the history of what you're getting out of that position in terms of surplus value, performance value relative to cost. This is the spot that you want. I mean, this is from a superstition standpoint. I'd be like, you got to give me a lot.
What's going on, bro? Who are you looking for the Raiders, though? Who are you looking for the Raiders? Also, a lot of my stream got copyrighted. I probably won't be able to stream or like give you guys the whole thing of the draft.
Which in any other year in the recent configuration of the NFL would be a first-round pick, but none of the first-round stipulations, the 50
you know, like last night I had the NFL Network. Pick is on. Pick is up though. Already in.
Let's get this started, Kansas City. Steeler Nation, where you at?
All right, the Steelers are up.
There we go. It's an honor and a privilege to announce that with the 32nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, Pittsburgh Steelers select Joey Porter.
There he goes. There is Joey.
Penn
And that's a phenomenal pick. So technically, he actually was a first-round pick if you look at it, because he was a 32nd pick in the draft. Obviously, that's an A+. I really like that pick a lot. He was my 8th overall player in the draft class. So yeah, that's pretty good. Is there an echo? So technically, he actually was a first-round pick. No. There's no echo. It's just my freaking mic. But yeah, like that pick a lot from the Steelers. They definitely did need cornerback. And Joey Porter Jr. is obviously a really, really good guy. But I just gotta post this video on TikTok real quick. Like Joey Porter Jr. a lot, though. Plays in the receiver's hips. Not the fastest guy. However, he is... I did have him as my... Where is he? Where is he? I had him as my 8th player in the draft. He goes 32. Yeah, I mean, that's just an A+ pick if I've ever seen one. If I were to send you my cousin's tape, would I look at it? I mean, he's... What is he, a sophomore or a freshman? I mean, I don't know what I would be able to do with it, though. Because he's super young, and he also didn't put a lot on tape. Unless he was, like, a superstar last year. What is he, a sophomore or a freshman? Okay. I hope that the echo isn't too bad, though.
It's the highest pick they've used on a Penn State player since they took Franco Harris.
Titans have actually traded up for the Cardinals pick. Who is left for cornerback? Let me show you right now. So we're gonna we have Joey Porter Jr. who just came off the board. We still got some pretty good guys here. I see a good quadruple here that goes pretty early. Cam Smith, Keely Ringo, Tyreek Stevenson, Clark Phillips. Those are some all pretty good guys overall. Cam Smith is raw, however, he's got really good athletic ability. And then you have you got Keely Ringo, who's like 6'2", 205, who runs a 4.36 at the combine. However, he definitely is raw, not the best in man zone, not the best at route recognition. And however, I do think that a team could definitely go for him. Titans just traded up, and I think that this could definitely be Will Levis here. Alright, uploaded all my videos, so we should be good. Yo, what's good, Julian? Julian, this has got to be Julian, this has got to be a big day. We got to get a lot of viewers in here.
Absolutely, and I'm sorry to have made that sound over Shefty while he was talking.
All right.
I had the exact same.
How's it going, Julian? How was school last night? Was that Lacey that was on the hotel room service, or was that you? Was that you or Lacey? I wonder. I wonder if you know. Can you guys hear the hold on. Alright, there we go. Can you guys hear the ESPN broadcast? Yeah. Let me know if the echo's too bad anyways. Julian, what are you saying that's crazy for? Was it you or was it Lacey that was in my stream last night? Was it you? Hotel was all you? Man. We are going out later for... Man, I cannot believe I'm not there. I'm going to be here all night. Echo not bad. You can't hear it. All right, well, I just tuned it down a little bit. As long as you guys can hear also the ESPN with me. Probably going to be Will Levis here. I got to get my draft results ready. Titans just traded up. Lions, Colts, Rams. Probably Will Levis.
Cardinals have traded the 33rd pick to the Tennessee Titans. With the 33rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Will.
There he is. Not a bad pick. Projected day one guy goes in the second round, which is actually pretty good. You decided to play running back. You can be short, and as long as I build myself like a tank, you should be all right for high school. Definitely. Definitely. I'm going to give that instantly a B+ probably. Will Levis is a fine prospect. I, don't like him as... Some people have him pretty high, but I think the majority of respectable analysts, such as myself, we understand that his weaknesses... he got sacked far way too much. He had a really weak supporting cast last year at Kentucky, which isn't really his fault, but decision-making is not a highlight. But he's got a great arm, and if you could develop him... I don't agree with that Josh Allen comp that Mel Kiper just said. But I think he'll be fine. And also it's a much better area to take him. In the second round rather than in the first round, because now you're probably going to get way better value on him. You need to move the sheet so people can see your second list. You need to move the sheets. I know, I'm gotta fix it. I'm gonna finish that right now. I gotta get the exact list down. Because I was gonna do that before the stream, but I got sidetracked. Seahawks, Raiders, Panthers. Saints, Cardinals, Packers. Hold on with that. But yeah, the Will Levis pick, pretty decent. Packers back up again. Patriots, Commanders, Lions. Steelers, Bucks. Dolphins, Seahawks. Lions are already got their pick in. Let's see what they go with. Compared him to rookie Josh Allen, I don't really see it. Ooh! Ooh! He goes higher than Michael Mayer! Dude, the Lions are having a crafty, really weird draft. I mean, I'm going to give that a B off the bat. Laporta. Overall, pretty solid. I have Laporta as a 4th round grade. I think he's still, super raw. but he's also another one of those guys that's a receiver. As you can see, like, if you're watching the ESPN stream, he lined up at fullback, but he's got some pretty good routes. He's decently fast. He had a good combine, but he's, like, not really a blocker. He's not really a blocker. That's the only thing. But he's definitely a pass-catching tight end. Detroit, I think, definitely needed tight end. I would have liked them to take Michael Mayer. I think that probably would have been a really good pick for them. Laporta is down my board. They've just had a crazy, weird draft with Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta. They're just trying to get their guys as much as possible. All right, let me get this freaking board back down. Seahawks, Bears, Chargers, Lions, Jaguars, Giants, Cowboys, Bills. Giants, Cowboys, Bills, Bengals, Bears, Eagles, Chiefs. Bengals, Bears, Eagles, Chiefs. The Bears have a lot of seconds. Let me know your thoughts about that Sam Laporta pick, though. Yeah, if you guys want to see the big board, obviously, I had Tucker Kraft and Luke Shoemaker above him as well. So, and then also did not have Laporta on my top 50. If you want to see his stats, 6'6", Laporta 6'3", 245, 9.1 RAS. As I already said, more of a receiver than a blocker, in my opinion. And the Raiders pick is actually in. All right. Let me get down some more of these third-round picks. Texans, Eagles, Broncos. Man, the Broncos really don't have that many picks. They've got a third-round pick at highest, but they do pick back-to-back. Rams, Raiders, Saints. Where are they? The Raiders moved up? Yeah, the Raiders did move up. Raiders are on the clock, and they just made their pick. If I were to think, probably Cam Smith. Raiders did move up. I'd probably go with Cam Smith. That would actually be a good pick. Texans, Browns, Falcons. Browns first pick. Falcons, Patriots, Rams. Falcons, Patriots, Rams. Packers, Colts, Steelers. Packers. Titans, Bucks. All right, pick is in. 35th pick for the Raiders.
With the 35th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Michael Mayer, tight end.
Ooh! Good, solid selection. I'm going to give that an A-. He's your traditional tight end. He's a good blocker, or he's a solid blocker. Really solid pass catcher, got a ton of attention last year at Notre Dame. Good red zone threat. He's got great hands. He's my number 2 tight end in the draft. They got him at really good value. I'll probably actually give them an A. Even though not the most athletic cornerback, tight end, I think that this is a pretty solid pick. I have nothing to really complain about. They lost Darren Waller. They really don't have a tight end, and you go ahead and get one. I have nothing wrong with that pick at all. Dolphins, Chargers, Ravens. Dolphins, Chargers. Cardinals, Chiefs. Dolphins, or the Rams are going to make their first pick. They got a minute left on their clock. Browns, 49ers. Oh, the Cardinals pick actually twice. Raiders. Alright. Everything should be set right now. Look at the draft board. Raiders offense looking pretty good with Jimmy G at that safety net. I've been keeping up with the Raiders, and it shows. Don't we already have a good tight end? No, you guys traded away Darren Waller for a 3rd-round pick to the New York Giants. And that 3rd-round pick ended up being... it was the Kadarius Toney 3rd-round pick. And that 3rd-round pick is the 100th overall pick this year. That's right at the tail end of our draft. Even though they didn't give that up. I don't know exactly what they gave up. They probably gave up like a 7th to trade up for Michael Mayer here, as they only went a few picks. They traded a 2nd in exchange for the 38th and a 5th-round pick, which was the 141st overall pick. So not a bad trade at all. But yeah, the Raiders. Make sure you guys like the stream, though. Was the 141st overall pick. So yeah.
Download the app today.
There's no place to land.
Who said anything about landing?
That was awesome!
He's coming for you with everything.
Ready for the big show? Punch it!
Uno refreshment. But yeah, Sam Laporta going ahead of Michael Mayer. Low-key crazy. Will Levis obviously dropped. Joey Porter obviously dropped. Those guys get snagged right off the top of the board. Michael Mayer fell out of the first. He immediately goes. ESPN's first available players, you got Brian Branch, who's up there. They had a 1st-round grade on him. You got Luke Musgrave, Hendon Hooker, Steve Avila, Keanu Benton. For me, the top players that I still have available, I have Osiris Torrance, who's my 10th overall player, still available. I have Brian Branch still available. He's my 14th overall. I still have... Michael Mayer just went off. I have Cam Smith, who's my 27th. John Mitchell-Schmidt's my 28th. Darnell Washington, DeJuan Jones. We've got some good guys on the board. Definitely some good guys on the board. I mean, I would love to see the Jets possibly trade up. All right, the Rams pick is in.
With the 36th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft,
Who do they go with?
Rams select
Steve Avila, guard out of TCU.
It's a place of need, Mel. They used 14 different starters on the offensive line.
I like this pick. However, I think Osiris Torrance is my offensive guard 1. Steve Avila is my 3. Overall, actually a pretty solid selection there. I don't hate that a lot at all. I think Steve Avila pretty solid run defending offensive lineman. He, he's overall solid. I would describe him as like overall solid, even though I think he definitely is a hell of a lot stronger in the run game than the pass game. I think sometimes in pass pro, he's a little leaky sometimes, which is due to his pass blocking technique, and sometimes more athletic tackles will probably just beat him. But in the run game, like him a lot. Ended up going as the first true guard off the board. So, yeah. And then I had Cody Mauch above him. He's my he is actually my second true guard. And then you got Peter Skronsky and Cody Mauch over him, which I both view as like guard tackle hybrids. Whichever one they could fit in the best.
The Rams don't. Oh, no, that's correct. Yeah, that was early by standard that they made that selection.
I did have an early third-round grade on him, as I don't think the interior offensive lineman class is that great. But Seattle's pick is already up. They've already got their pick going.
37th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Derek Hall, linebacker.
Derek Hall. There is the edge pick that we are all looking for. I'm gonna give that a B. Derek Hall out of Auburn, another overall solid pick. He's got good speed. He's got a good first step off of that defensive line, but he's another slimmer guy. He had really good production last year, though. I had him I'd Hall lower than Anduke Uzoma. However, not the best shedder. Mel Kiper just said it. Also, not the greatest against the run. He is one of those like 7-tech outside 5s, maybe even the 6, but good pass rusher. Oh, and the Colts have just traded their pick to the Atlanta Falcons. The Atlanta Falcons are now on the board. They described him as a Leo. Is he big enough for a Leo? I don't know. Where is he? Edge. They said he was a Leo, and I don't think so. My 14th overall. 6'2", 250 is not a Leo. He's not big enough to be that. He's athletic. He'll be like an outside edge rusher, like a true edge. On the outside. Freaking, I think it was Ludus Reddick that just said he was gonna be a Leo, which is just kind of not true.
They've been trying to solve their pass rush for years. They need somebody to get after the passer. That's why we were kind of surprised last night when they went running back. They have tried over and over. Not since Vic Beasley have they had a guy that is a premier rusher. To me, this has to be some guy coming off the edge. Maybe Keon White. Maybe they stay right there, get the Georgia Tech kid.
Colts have made so many trades. Well, it's that's their MO. They got to do trades if they want to. And they're getting more value back, and they're kind of in a situation where they need as much talent as possible. And I mean, they traded back from 34 to 44. They've gotten a 5th-round pick back from it, and they're gonna get a they're gonna get a 30, 38, 44, and 110. They're gonna get quite a bit from this trade, actually. So they're gonna get 110. That is a 4th-round pick. So they've gotten a 5th and a 4th for trading back twice. That's like pretty solid for only trading back 10 spots.
who right now.
Yeah, I don't mind them taking those trades. This has got to be an edge though. Edge or Brian Branch, I would say. Good edges that are still available. You got Keon White, you got Isaiah Folsky, Adetomibe Adebaware. Colts have traded, of course.
With the 38th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons have selected Matthew Bergeron, guard, Syracuse.
Matthew Bergeron. They decided to go with offensive tackle. Matthew Bergeron out of Syracuse. Solid. I'm also going to have that as a B pick. Matthew Bergeron I thought was pretty solid. Another run blocking guy. Pretty athletic, NFL size, 6'5", 318, except, you know, he does play at Syracuse. I had him as an early third-round grade. I'm going to give that a B. It depends where they're going to play him exactly. Let's see. Where would he play? Probably above Caleb McGarry. Because I don't think he'll play over Jake Matthews, right? Because Jake Matthews is still, what, under contract for a few years? Yeah. They have an opt-out as well, but they also just re-signed him into a 3-year, $55 million deal. So he'll probably flip to the right side. And, you know, you drafted Bijan Robinson too. So, you know, and Matthew Bergeron specializes in that run game, and they're going to be running the ball a lot. You're probably going to put him at the right side. Overall, I'm going to give that a B pick. And, yeah. I think that's a pretty good B pick. I like that they went with a run style of offensive tackle here. And they could have gone with Dwan Jones, who is more of a traditional right tackle, but he definitely is more raw than Matthew Bergeron. You could argue flipping these guys, even though I do prefer Dwan Jones due to his size. But then specifically for the Colts, or not for the Colts, for the Falcons, you just drafted Bijan. You are going to run the ball a lot. Get a run blocking offensive tackle who has that pretty good athleticism and that size. And, you know, Sean Tucker was really good running behind Bergeron, but you're probably going to end up playing him at right tackle, which, does he have that ability to flip the sides?
Let me bring in my expert.
So many scratches.
Oh, those are from my car keys.
Such a rich history. This won't do well at auction, but at AT&T, it's worth a brand new Samsung Galaxy S23.
Wait, really? What about this?
AT&T's deal is back. Everyone gets a free new Samsung Galaxy S23 with a Galaxy phone trade-in. Any year, any condition.
I think I'm ready for this.
Heck yeah. With E-Trade, you're ready for anything. Marriage, kids, college.
Kids moving back in after college.
Finally, we can eat.
All right. Still surprised that Osiris Torrance has fallen so far as well. I mean, he was my 10th guy overall, and he's likely probably going to drop out of the top 40. Even though the Panthers could debatably take Torrance, and then Brian Branch to the guy who had top 14. But the Panthers do have their pick upcoming. Levis picked up. Yep, he got picked up by the Tennessee Titans. Ryan Tannehill on a 1-year deal. Will Levis probably replaces him after that, which makes sense. But yeah, he went 33rd overall. Joey Porter Jr. went right above him. Obviously, Will Levis was in my honorable mentions, my 52nd best player in the draft class. But I do fear that they might not be able to develop him in Tennessee. I mean, they're run heavy. So, you know, we'll have to figure out what's going to go on there. Carolina Panthers pick is in, though. Their pick is in. But let me know if you guys have any questions about any of these players, of how your team did, what your thoughts are potentially about that. Can you guys not see my? Hold on.
Welcome back to the 2023 NFL Draft, presented by Courtyard by Marriott.
We're in the midst of round 2 in Kansas City. The Carolina Panthers selection.
Carolina Panthers.
Their pick is in, and then their division rival New Orleans will have the selection next. Carolina, Lewis, of course, started everything last night by taking Bryce Young #1 overall.
Yeah, they sure did. And I'll tell you what, now that they have their quarterback in place,
Who do you guys think this could potentially be? I think maybe a receiver. I think probably a receiver here. They're lacking on receiver a little bit, or then maybe interior offensive line for Carolina here. All right.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Nicole and David Tepper and the Carolina Panther organization for this opportunity. And with the 39th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Jonathan
Mingo.
wide receiver.
I was right. It was Mingo. It was a receiver. Jonathan Mingo. Solid. That's just another B pick. I mean, Mingo's got that size that you're looking for in an X body receiver. Mingo is what? I had him at a 5th round grade, but he's 6'2", 222, 9.99 RIS, but I just, he's got that jump ball ability too, but lower production at Ole Miss, but he's got that jump ball ability, but limited route tree, obviously. We'll have to see how he does with CJ Stroud. I probably definitely underrated Mingo a lot, but that is my first low round grade off the board, but also I'm not the biggest fan of, this class in general. I actually made that mistake. Mingo's what? I had him above Keyshawn Butte. 17th receiver? I mean, this is just a weird receiving class. Well, I mean, yeah, let me know your thoughts about that pick. Brian Branch is still available, though. Actually, did I make a mistake? I think I had him as a 4th round grade, actually.
We'll mention again that they had traded away DJ Moore for that first overall pick, who had 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons, actually 3 straight 1,100-yard seasons, so it's a position of need, and they address it. Now, the New Orleans Saints are next up. They, of course, addressed their position of need and free agency by going out and acquiring Derek Carr to be their new quarterback. It is a new time in New Orleans, and Mel, what should they be looking at here in round 2?
I got needs as wide receiver, tight end. We'll help out Derek Carr here, take advantage of the depth of tight end. We go about Darnell Washington, Luke Musgrave, Darnell Washington.
All right, the Saints pick is in. That was quick. Yeah, but Jonathan Mingo, athletic, he can, catch the ball pretty well. He's 14th on my board, 4th round guy. Had to make that adjustment that I forgot to make a little while ago. Yeah, they just signed Derek Carr as well. They definitely need to get some weapons there as well. Either receiver, potentially a offensive lineman, interior. But I also would like them to take some type of defense as well. But tight end is also not off the table here. Darnell Washington, you got Luke Musgrave still available. You got Tucker Kraft still available over Sam Laporta, who went pretty early. I'm wondering, I don't know why you guys can't see Oh, let me adjust that real quick.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. Saints, you're on the clock. And what I want to say is that everybody that gets their name called tonight, your whole family should all celebrate together. It's a special time in all these young people's lives. So let's all give them a round of applause for that. And I also want to give a shout out to my man Mike Ornstein, who had a happy birthday, turned 70 yesterday. You've given so much to me and to the game. With all that being said, with the 40th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Isaiah Foskey.
Isaiah Foskey.
Notre Dame.
Another Notre Dame
solid pick. This guy has some pretty good production. I think they needed some juice off the edge. Another big guy. Foskey, big guy too. Athleticism, good. Not the greatest bend, obviously, because he's just got a lot to move. But he's got a good club move, and he's had double-digit sacks in the last couple of years. And for the Saints, you just lose Marcus Davenport, who was your outside guy. I actually like this. I had Isaiah Volsky just slightly under, Will McDonald. Overall, that's pretty good pickup. It's not a horrible pickup at all. Yeah,
he's got power to his game, and with Cam Jordan, Lewis, as you mentioned, getting a little bit older, this makes sense.
And Cam Jordan's getting older too.
A little bit more to his pass rush repertoire.
I'm gonna move this down. All right, there we go. I'd be interested to see who the Jets end up going with. I mean, Brian Branch, the fall, I did not see. I didn't also see the Cyrus Torrence falling all the way to what? This is pick 41. Wow. But if you guys haven't, make sure you guys watch my rankings and grading videos. Definitely, those are must-watch videos. I'll put the link in the chat if you guys haven't watched those. This is part 1. And I'm also going to share... Oh, that's part 2, actually. Sorry. And then this is part 2, or this is actually part 1. Make sure you guys go watch those videos if you guys want to know all of the first picks in the first round of the 2023 NFL Draft. And I think we've got everything set up. Yeah. Let me know how you guys you think your teams have done. I mean, I thought that some teams have done pretty well. Hold on. Which one sounds better? I think they both sound the same. Just adjusting my mic. Yeah. Make sure you guys go watch those videos, definitely. And then also, make sure you guys like the stream. Make sure you subscribe. And I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Cardinals pick is in. We are waiting for that as well, of course. And, yeah. Gonna go back to the tracker, obviously. Joey Porter Jr. Man, I like that pick. That's a good pick, I think, a lot.
Does this mean you can watch your favorite teams out of market Sunday games? Does this mean all the players are technically YouTube celebrities now? Yes, do every one of those things. Sign up now and get our lowest full season price of the year on YouTube and YouTube TV.
It's hard to run a business on your own. Make it easier on yourself. With Shopify, you can have everything you need to streamline your shipping, returns, and product storage, so you can focus on growing your business. Start your journey with a free trial today.
Wanted full-time fans must be enthusiastic problem solvers.
Channel's going well, though. Channel is doing pretty well. I mean, I would want to see Brian Branch go soon here. Or Cyrus Torrence. You know, these guys are guys that I graded really highly. And I mean, I hope that I don't have too many top 50 guys that fall out of the first 100 picks. We're gonna have some 5th round guys go in the 3rd round probably. It's just still waiting on the Cardinals pick. Obviously, these picks will go faster, a lot faster than they did in the 1st round. You get 10 minutes in the 1st round. You get 5 minutes here. I hope that I don't have too many top 50 guys that fall. All right, where the Cardinals gonna get?
Let's go, Kansas City! Shout out to Lawrence and Lilia, my parents, my wife Tracy, and the Arizona Cardinals. Let's go! With the 41st pick in the 2023 draft, the Arizona Cardinals select BJ Ojulari.
BJ Ojulari. Solid prospect. Folsky, and then BJ Ojulari. Ojulari is a pass rush guy. He's good. He's got that bend. He, didn't have great pass rush. He didn't have great stats last year as most of LSU, but the offense. Ojulari. But pretty solid. He's got good pass rush moves too. And for the Cardinals, you need a lot of juice here. Yeah. Overall, pretty solid pick. That's a pretty solid pick there. But let me know your guys' thoughts of your prospects, or some of the prospects. Or if you have any questions about any prospects, if you guys need to ask about what my thoughts of how your team's performed. The Packers pick is already in. Wow, they already booked that in. All right, their pick is already in.
With the 42nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Luke Musgrave.
Here's Luke Musgrave. Ho, 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 ho. That's a nice pick. I like that pick. I'm going to give that instantly an A. Look, Luke Musgrave is just basically described as the Anthony Richardson of the tight end group. Dude had a crazy Senior Bowl, which I always see as a red flag. Oh, an anonymous walrus. Somebody's watching my big board draft. Hope you're in here. If you guys want the link, actually, I can put it in the stream right now. Yeah, but Musgrave's pretty solid. He is still really raw out of Oregon State. However, good pass catcher, and tight ends are quarterback's favorite friend. So I like that pick a good amount. For the New York Jets, I would like to see them go with probably a tackle here or a safety with Brian Branch. And the New York Jets up. Oh, the pick is already in. I think it's going to be one of... Oops. I think it'll probably end up being, if I were to select either Brian Branch or probably DeJuan Jones. I would say one of the two. I think they're or John Mitchell-Smith. I think they're pretty much looking for offensive line and then safety or linebacker. I could also see Drew Sanders or Trenton Simpson being the pick here. And I'd be happy with them just meeting their biggest needs. Yes, sir, Julian. Jets, Jets. Listen, they already made their pick. We'll have to see. But if they take Brian Branch, they're getting a guy that I value as the 14th highest prospect on the board. They want to get Osiris Torrance. That would mean they'd move Elijah Vera Tucker out to the outside. But I mean, we're watching the NBA on ESPN right now. All right. Why is my stream not playing the NFL draft? The NBA courtside, it's flicking Swift. All right. I'm just going to have to look at who they picked on the tracker. Joe Tippmann out of Wisconsin. Solid pick. I had Tippmann as my second highest rated center next to John Mitchell-Smith. He is coming off of an ACL though, which is interesting. Also, Joe Tippmann is a guy that I slightly missed out on my top 50. Overall solid center, another good run blocking guy. You have Connor Williams for one more year. So, not horrible, definitely not. But he is coming off of an ACL, though. That is what I'm a little concerned about. But big guy, he's freaking huge. He's 6'6", 313. And for a, you know, lineman of his size, or a center of his size, you better... What the hell? Why? ESPN. Did the ESPN broadcast like cut out? I really wonder if the ESPN broadcast cut out, because I can't go into it right now. But the Colts are now up. Is there pick in yet? Nope, not yet. Hold on, let me just sign into my TV. I don't know, maybe something's wrong with the ESPN broadcast. I'm not able to join it.
More set at guard than they are at most other positions.
All right, there it is. But overall, I like that they picked offensive lineman. It's one of their biggest needs. Does he start Array at center or guard? I don't know. He does have that ACL. God damn. Bro, my ESPN is bugging. The pick is in for the Colts, though. My thing is not working. I'll just stick with the tracker for now. I'll have to wait. I'll probably have to come back in like a few minutes for this freaking thing to play. I know it's ESPN2, it's just I'm trying to get it on Optimum. And I think they know that I'm streaming. Who cares? Who knows? Oh, we might be able to get it now. There we go. All right, I got my stream back.
Andy, you think about cornerback.
All right, can you guys hear this?
And I know that'll change now that you have a more athletic quarterback, but they got to take care of the football. They can't do that. And for me, interior offensive line and also speedy wide receiver. They need.
All right, we should be good. Cold Zero, what's up, bro? What's going on? How's your 2023 NFL draft been? What's your team, and what do you think of the draft so far? What's some of your favorite players? Yeah. How's it going, man? Let me know if you guys are enjoying the stream. Make sure you guys, of course, like and subscribe, obviously.
With the 44th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Julius Brents.
Colts go with Julius Brents. Wow. Brents is a guy I kind of had down my board because he's like, I don't know. I still think he's raw. I still think he's pretty raw. All second team, Big 12, played really good at K-State, had a crazy, crazy combine. Let me even show you guys this Julius Brents' combine. Dude was, I mean, dude had a 11.6 broad, a 41-inch vert, 4.5, a 6.6 cone drill, 4.05 20-yard shuttle. He had a really, really, really good combine as well. But I still do think he is raw, and that's why I had him kind of down my board. But for the Colts, you know, you just lost Stephon Gilmore, so you definitely needed you just get your cornerback of the future now with Julius Brents, hopefully. Even though he is also not the fastest guy who just showed you a like 4.5 speed. The Packers have traded with the Lions. I'm gonna give that a B. But yeah, Lions have traded up. Who do you guys think the Lions are gonna trade for? I would say probably Mitchell Schmitz. Probably Mitchell Schmitz. But yeah, look at the second round. Look at how much Brown is in there. Man, a lot. I mean, I know that I didn't view this class as super good, but I mean, that's a lot of third-round guys that I've taken so far in the high second round, which is a little crazy. But yeah, Lions are on the clock. Let me know who the Lions go with. Pick is in. Alright. Yeah. If you guys have any questions to ask me, of course, definitely let me know. I always love to have that engagement with you guys. And then for your teams, let me know how your teams have done so far within the draft, obviously.
Introducing Front Door. Download today to video chat an expert.
Let me write down all the prospects that have gone so far. So we got at 32, 2023 NFL. Round 2 to 3, we had at... We had Joey Porter Jr., Will Levis go, obviously.
There are some things that go better together.
Burger and fries, soup and salad.
Like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. With Voya, considering all your financial choices together can help you make smarter decisions.
Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected.
A cyber attack can grind everything to a halt. Cisco Security keeps your company moving forward because if it's connected, it's protected. Cisco.
Oh, you guys hear that? They got the BK.
Chicken fries all your way for a feast on the budget. Head to BK. BK, have it your way.
NFL Plus brings you the draft like never before with exclusive content.
That's what I dreamed about. It's finally time.
Plus expert analysis.
He can do it all.
And behind the scenes access all off season.
Just trying to build that consistency.
NFL Plus. Get it all for $4.99 this off season.
Welcome back to the 2023 NFL Draft. Presented by Courtyard by Marriott.
We continue from Kansas City. You don't often see teams in the same division making a trade, but we just have. The Lions will be announcing the 45th pick in this draft in just a moment in a trade with Green Bay. Detroit very active last night, Lewis. What do they need right here?
I think secondary help still needs to be something that they look for, as well as pass rush, and continuing to try and figure out how they can help Aiden Hutchinson on the edges. So, you know, there's some good players here that are coming up. We have a lot of corners that are still on the board that I think are just fantastic athletes. I thought it's one of the best years that I've ever seen a corner as far as guys who have height, weight, and speed, and we're seeing them start to come off the board here.
They addressed it. Yeah, they went for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Emmanuel Mosley, and Cam Sutton. It's a team that obviously you want to keep upgrading a defensive backfield. Yeah. It was flat out bad. The defense overall was bad. Aiden gave him 9.5 sacks. He was outstanding. Defense still needs to be upgraded.
Here we come off the trade. Roger Goodell and the Lions.
The Green Bay Packers have traded the 45th pick to the Detroit Lions.
All right, who are the Lions going to pick here?
With the 45th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Brian Branch.
Brian Branch.
Alabama.
Well, good for him. You see him there coming
nice
out of
pick.
the green
Really like
room.
that pick. Brian Branch, Swiss Army knife guy.
Was not called, and he chose to come back again tonight and be here for this moment. And good for him. He richly
awesome
deserves
tackler.
it. First team All-American.
Love that
last year
for
at
the
Alabama.
defense.
How about this final game
Out
in his career
in,
the Sugar Bowl against Kansas State? He had a sack, an interception, and 4 tackles
for the Lions here.
Started every game, Mel, last year at the star position for the Crimson Tide.
34th highest rated player on the big board. Keon
my 14th highest prospect on this draft board. So I'm going to like that pick a lot. And they're going to have him probably playing in the slot here, maybe above Tracy Walker, maybe in the slot, potentially. But I like Brian Branch a lot. Yeah, my number 1 safety in the class as well. Overall, and you can see my second highest rated player to go in the second round here. What's going on, Vin? What's going on, Vin? Vin, did you see my prospect, or did you see my my top 15 video? Because your guy Deontay Banks was on that, and I explained the pick.
Yeah, but this is a classic example to me. Once the season was over, you started working out, and they picked the player apart. If you just turn their tape on, this is one of the best football players in this draft. He can play the nickel. He can blitz.
Go watch that video if you haven't, Vincenzo, because I explained why that.
And come up and hit you and make the tackle. Very, very sure tackler.
I think Deontay Banks' pick was a really good one.
We got mesmerized that he didn't test well. Simply put, when you get coached by Nick Saban, when you play in this defense, great communicator, gets everybody in the position, can control the middle of the field. Yeah, he might not have the deep end speed to run deep, but he can cover.
New England? Oh yes, you did, Vincenzo. Of course. The pick is in for the New England Patriots.
The interesting to see is how they deploy him and C.J. Gardner-Johnson, because C.J. basically does a lot of the same thing. He also is the star or the nickel defender who can also move to the back end and play the free or the strong safety positions. But quite honestly, I mean, now what it does is it gives you guys who you can move all over the place, and you don't really know, based on where these guys line up, who's going to have what coverage responsibility if you have them on the field at the same time. Which, if you're Aaron Glenn, that means this. you now have one up on the offense. You are playing that game of, charades, so to speak, in terms of trying to disguise your coverages, because you have two players who are basically interchangeable, which is a really smart move on their part.
This is a great example to me, Mel, of how teams just talk themselves out of a good thing. Brian Branch is an outstanding football player. You don't have to be a talent evaluator if you just watch Alabama play. And somewhere, to Booger's point, between January and the end of April, we managed to lose sight of that.
Well, the testing, it's college to pro. It's the SEC, not the NFL. And I think the versatility sometimes leads to you being really scrutinized. Say, where's he going to fit in? And as you say, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, that role he has is what, talking about box, center field, slot, that versatility, but at 4.58, okay, is that something that can translate to the pro level and allow Brian Branch to be as effective? He's going to be a really good player.
We're going to tell him.
Need help in that secondary, despite
You're going to tell me what?
Pieces. I remember when the late great
You're going to tell me what?
Developed that Super Bowl defense before. He went heavy DB. Didn't go 1, 2.
All right, the echo is crazy, but I haven't been talking for the last couple of minutes. Just been writing down some of the prospects that have gone in my booklet.
Let me revert to my morning talk show personality for a brief moment. What did you tell me you think the Lions are going to do this coming season in the NFC?
Oh, the Lions fans, though, they're going to win the division for sure. They're going to win the North. They're going to be right there in that NFC Championship game.
All right, wonder what the Patriots are going to pick here. They had a phenomenal pick within their first pick of the draft so far with their selection with Christian Gonzalez in the first round at pick 17. And, we're just waiting for Goodell to come out and select the pick. All right.
The
sorry.
six-time Super Bowl champions, the New England Patriots, will play a game in Germany this year. So I wanted to give a special shout out to all the fans in Germany and everywhere else in the world. But without further ado, with the 46th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Keon White, defensive end.
Keon White, that's another solid pickup. Keon White's just a guy who's just freaking huge, strong hands at a Georgia Tech. That's another really strong pick for the Patriots here.
Going into this pick on the board, they got him in New England in 6'5", 285.
6'5", 285. He's long arms, good athlete, good bull rush. He has super strong hands, and he was my 42nd overall prospect, and he ends up going 46th overall to the New England Patriots. Like that pick. Washington is now up next.
To me, he's scheme-proof because he can play in a 4-3 or a 3-4. I think he's best used at left defensive end.
He's probably going to end up being that 3-tech. I agree with Louis Riddick. He'll probably end up being that 3-tech, probably playing on the opposite side of Matthew Judon.
He's going to be head up with the tight end, rushing the right tackle. Interesting pick, but a versatile pick for the Patriots.
Yeah, 3 sacks against Drake May. We're going to be talking about Drake May next year as the second pick possibly in the NFL draft. Quarterback out of North Carolina. Keon White got after Drake May. 7 tackles in that game, 3 sacks.
All right, we are coming quickly now. The next pick is in. The Commanders are ready.
Commanders are ready to go.
What's going on, Burgundy and Gold faithful? Hail to the Commanders! With the 47th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jartavius Martin, defensive back, Illinois.
Here's another of the big risers from the Combine where he had a really good showing. By the way, goes by the nickname of Quan. Had a sack and 3 interceptions in his 5th season last year.
He's a versatile kid. You talk about a guy.
Bro, the Commanders low-key suck. Yo, the Commanders low-key suck at drafting. God, that's...
Super fast at a 44 vertical jump. Up at that star position. What Brian Branch did, Lou. This is Quan
Ugh. I had him, what? Jartavius Martin as below his teammate Sidney Brown. I mean, he's fine. He's going to be a solid free safety. But there were better players on the board, man. Even at safety, I liked Antonio Johnson and JL Skinner better, especially for that free safety position. Antonio Johnson fits in there. Jartavius Martin's also pretty light, also not phenomenal, even though he's a good athlete. It's kind of small. And I had his teammate Sidney Brown, who kind of is really more of a slot that I had above him, but 4th round guy going in the 3rd. Yeah, the Commanders are not putting up a good draft board right now.
Team Ramstein, we just received a priority casket. Commanders.
All right, Buccaneers picks are in.
We have mobility airmen accelerating global reach.
Did they trade up?
Our airmen are already deployed to tactical edge. From our mission to yours. Over to you, Commissioner.
Thank you to our service members.
Yeah, Tampa Bay traded up with the Packers.
We are grateful for all that you do to keep us safe. The Green Bay Packers have traded the 48th pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Who the Bucs gonna pick?
With the 48th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Cody Mauch.
Cody Mauch! Ooh! Cody Mauch. Mauler in the run game. Quite like him. This is also a good scheme fit. They have got quite a few maulers out. And he can play tackle. He can play in the guard position. He does have those smaller arms, but he is a mauler. He was dominant at the FCS level, but he's going to have to make that NFL jump, though. Little flag happy, though. But yeah, no, I think he could probably succeed at the guard level at the NFL level too. I have him as what? My 36th highest prospect in the draft. And I also have him... I also have him as my 4th interior offensive lineman. Right after John Mitchell-Schmidt, he's my 3rd guard in the draft, just slightly above Steve Avila. This also probably does replace the Shaq Mason trade. Overall solid pick. It's pretty solid. Hold on, I'm gonna turn on my fan. Metro Boomin, make it boom. That helpful hardware, folks. Yeah. Steelers pick is in. We're just waiting for him to go now. I'm still waiting for NFL, or for the wide receivers to go. I gave Joe Tippmann a what? A B+? I had Branson a what? Branch had a B. Branch had an A. Keon White. Cody Mock. It's going to be a B+. Overall, some pretty okay selections so far. We're just waiting on the Steelers pick right now. All right, Steelers select Keanu Benton. Benton, good guy, but primary interior guy, or not primary interior guy. Probably more of a nose or of a 3-tech kind of guy. A little slightly smaller for the position, but he does have that athleticism. He can line up from the 2 to the 3-tech. That's around where I have him. Overall, I'd give that a B. Didn't have too much production. I had him as a, what, late 3rd round grade? It was good. Yeah, I think it was a B pick. And the Steelers, man. Steelers have been building up through building their defense in the draft. They got Derek Jones, but then recently they just got Joey Porter Jr. and now Keanu Benton. They've addressed their 2 positions that I believe that they would do. Packers selection is now up. All right. All right, Packers select. No. Jaden Reed. C+. I thought that there are some pretty much better wide receivers in the draft. He's a smaller guy, though, slot guy, for the most part, in my opinion. I had what? I had him at 11, my 11th receiver in the draft class. Where is he? 11 wide receiver. Not super athletic, not super big, but he did have a good tape, obviously. He was that #1 receiver at Michigan State his entire time there. But they've gotten Luke Musgrave. They got Jaylen Reed. They're doing what they're doing. The Packers are getting the receivers.
Really quick, I want to give a shout out to the legend, Steve Gleason, Mr. No White Flags himself. 10 years ago, day 2, Steve announced my pick in the 3rd round of the 2013 NFL Draft. And I just want to let him know I'm forever grateful and I appreciate him. Me and my family will never forget that moment. With that being said,
Probably O'Cyrus Torrance. Ooh. Cam Smith, South Carolina guy. I'm going to give that an A. Like that a lot. Fluid hips. He's fast. He's got that good athleticism. But he also is a little raw, but I'm okay with that now that he's got Vic Fangio as his defensive coordinator. Also some pretty good ball skills as well. He can mix in between the slot and the X. Cam Smith, that's a good. That's just a good pick. That's a flat-out good pick in my opinion. I mean, wow. AFC East has been drafting well. The Patriots have had a really good draft. The Dolphins just picked a really good guy there. Nice. Seattle is up next. All right, Seattle's up. All right, who are the Seahawks picking? Zach Charbonnet. Nice. So, Charbonnet is going to be a 1-2 back. I'm going to give that an A-. That's a pretty good pick, actually. So, you know, Charbonnet doesn't fumble the ball very often. He is a really good power back. He has good contact balance. He has good hands out of the backfield too. And I mean, Seahawks crushed this draft. Really, they've gotten a lot of offensive talent and depth. So. Doesn't have the elite speed, but that kind of doesn't matter because you got Kenneth Walker, who's got that elite speed. But you have JSN, Charbonnet, Witherspoon, Derek Hall. You've come away with this and last year's draft really good. I think that Seattle is in really good contention to potentially, you know, not only be in the wild card, but hey, they might win the division if San Francisco can't figure out what they're going to do in their quarterback room. But I don't really worry too much about what the 49ers are going to do. I believe Chicago, and they're going to commercial break, so I'll go to the bathroom real quick.
You definitely need a minute to cool down.
No, they don't. They're perfect.
We're still hot.
Try new Kentucky Fried Chicken Nuggets. You've never had nuggets like these. That's finger licking good.
My finances were all over the place, and my banking relationship was getting, well, complicated. So I broke up with my messy accounts and moved my money to SoFi. Now I earn higher interest on my checking and savings. And bank, borrow, and invest all in one app. Feels nice being in control.
Get up to 4.20% APY and bank, borrow, and invest all in one app. Plus, download the SoFi app and earn up to $250 when you set up direct deposit. SoFi, get your money right.
Now that you've moved back home,
I have a resume here.
your mom has made it her job to find you a job. Any job.
This is Tyler's resume. I'm going to give you his resume.
You need something more related to your skills and interests.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do.
When your resume is on Indeed, you get matched with relevant jobs that fit your requirements.
Where do you get your persistence from?
So everyone else can go back to minding their own business.
I'm Peter Davidson, because before 11 a.m., I like to keep it toned down and simple, just like Taco Bell breakfast, with fluffy eggs, sausage, and a crispy hash brown. Isn't that right, co-host Rhonda?
Are we on TV right now?
I don't know.
A cyber attack can grind everything to a halt. Cisco Security keeps your company moving forward. Because if it's connected, it's protected. Cisco.
Huddle up. Look, we came too far not to win this game.
First, the Renegades face the Roughnecks for the South Division.
All right.
Then, the Sea Dragons take on the Defenders for the North Division crown.
The Sea Dragons. The Sea Dragons. Yeah. So far, the guys that have stood out are Cam Smith, Joey Porter Jr., Michael Mayer, and Brian Branch. Those are the guys that have stood out to me so far. All right, we're back.
And in response to rising anti-Semitism in the U.S., the Foundation to Combat Anti-Semitism has launched a national campaign called Stand Up to Jewish Hate, intended to rally Americans against this intolerance. The NFL is proud to be a part of this movement, and we encourage you to join them by visiting
All right, let's get the Chicago pick underway.
We continue from Kansas City here as we are up to the Chicago Bears pick at number 53 overall. We work our way through the second round. The Bears have not had a lot of selections thus far this weekend, and so we'll see what direction they choose.
Probably they need an edge. I mean, they haven't made a ton of picks. They've traded down a lot. But yeah, Chicago, I would like to see them go with some type of defensive edge type of player.
Y'all ready for this?
All right.
With the 53rd pick of the 2023 draft, Chicago Bears select Javon Dexter Sr., Florida Gators D tackle.
Oh, Javon Dexter.
4.5 sacks and 2 interceptions in 3 seasons now.
Yeah, talented kid, but he doesn't apply it on the football field.
I mean, he's not the, this isn't the greatest pick. I know, I definitely.
I would say at the pro level, the word is blockable. You think about what he doesn't do right now. He needs better snap anticipation, better position these guys has to become. Figure out a pass rush plan, basically, but he did flash. You'll get a Kentucky game.
Yeah, he's all right. I remember looking at a comment that I had Javon Dexter.
Alabama had 9 tackles and a sack, so he showed he had the capability on occasion to get the job done at a high level. But we said,
I mean, it's a fine pick, I would say. Another guy that I had a 4th round grade on that I argued between borderline 4th. I had a few guys over him, obviously. The Bears are not having a good draft. if I'm completely honest with you guys. Bears are not having the greatest draft.
Because the front they play is put your hand down, drop the football, but he's scheme versatile. He can play in a 3-4 or 4-3, guard or tackle.
This is where coaching is going to matter so much.
Yeah, he's raw and doesn't have that much athletic ability. Also, don't love the interior defensive lineman class. Once again, I've mentioned this quite a bit, and he is not high on the list. Yeah, he's got the stats. Like, you look at them and you're like, oh, 6'6", 310, a 9.7 RAS. Doesn't really apply it that often. Chargers.
Probably described as one of the easiest decisions of the NFL offseason. They picked up Justin Herbert's fifth-year option today. Don't know that there
Pick
was
is in.
a lot of mystery as to whether or not they viewed him as the future of their quarterback position. And here comes their selection tonight, the LA Chargers.
They could definitely potentially go with O'Cyrus Torrence. I would like them to address that right guard position. Torrence might fall to the third. That'd be insane.
From every team. We are so grateful for you. Without you, none of this would exist. We are so blessed. With the 54th pick in the
All right, with 54,
NFL draft,
Tui Lipi.
select
Tui Peloti, or Pelotu.
Very accomplished, Mel. This past year,
Tupelotu, solid player. He's good. He's also kind of versatile. He can also play within the inside and outside. Had great statistics last year. He had over 12.5 sacks. And I'm going to actually give this a pretty good grade here. This is a solid pass. He's a good pass rusher, mainly. Tui Pelotu. Tui Pelotu. Tui Pelotu. Got his... Alright, I got his name correctly. But nah, pass rushing juice. He's got some good pass rushing moves. That's his main strength in the draft class. But yeah, solid player. I did have him as a late third-round grade. You know, doesn't have the also most elite athletic ability. We could see that through his his NA RAS score. That wouldn't have been so great. The Chiefs are now on the clock, and the Chiefs have just traded. Have just traded up, actually. Traded up with the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions are moving around the board. Hella. Now they're all the way down to 63.
That's how many people have worked at a McDonald's.
But I mean, the Lions are one of the craziest teams in the draft this year. They have 3 second-round picks. They had 2 in the first round. They ended up getting Jahmyr Gibbs. They ended up getting Jack Campbell. They got Jonathan Mingo. Or not Jonathan Mingo. They got Sam Laporta. They got Brian Branch. When it's all said and done, they're going to be looking like a quite interesting team.
This all new Aria?
Easy.
Yeah, with 380
But yeah.
and all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
We're done. What about these?
Looks right.
Yeah. Let me know how your guys' draft is going. I wonder what the Chiefs actually traded.
Breakout night watching sports at Dave & Buster's. How's it feel?
I just never imagined I'd be here watching on a 40-foot screen and to do it with my old man in the crowd.
The Bears are now on the clock.
Get a power card with an entree only at Dave & Buster's.
As the Stanley Cup playoffs continue on ESPN, anything is possible. So the decorations could get a little out of hand, and a city could get a new landmark. freak flag fly? Could the storm surge? Could it happen for the first time? Could it happen again? Yeah, that could happen. That is playoff hockey. Devils Rangers Game 6 tomorrow.
Bears have also traded up. I mean, some really good guys are falling, like Osarance Torrance, who is now my last prospect in the top 10, and he's been ignored this whole draft process, man. I mean, Jesus. He hasn't gone for such a long time. This is going to be... That's probably going to be one of the best picks of the draft.
Metro offers MLS season pass.
On us. Every match? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Says it on the poster.
Now at Metro, you can enjoy every soccer match with MLS Season Pass on us and unlimited 5G for $25.
All right, Chiefs are up.
It's time now for a look at your best available players, brought to you by Courtyard by Marriott.
A versatile, fast 4.42 speed for Trenton Simpson, linebacker out of Clemson. Drew Sanders, Alabama, then to Arkansas, had a heck of a year down there for Sam Pittman. Darnell Washington, one of the many tight ends in this draft, freakish talent. And John Michael Schmidt, what he is going to be, I believe, a Pro Bowl center in the National Football League. And Itamiwa Adibare is going to have to be a 3 technique to be, I think, successful in the NFL. He's got enormous talent. All location skills need to be worked on, but I think there's some really good players. And that really early second-round grades, the mid-second-round grades are still on the board right now as we move towards the latter half of round 2.
All right, and so the Kansas City Chiefs have made...
Not a lot of mid-round guys have gone early, like DeJuan Jones, Israel Bonaconda. Ringo still hasn't gone. Still a good amount of good cornerbacks here still left. For the Chiefs, I'd probably like them to go with tackle. They lost both of their tackles. Andrew Weil and Juwan Taylor is going to go. So if they reload with tackle here, that would be a 6th selection.
Can you believe this? First of all, the Buddy family would like to thank the family of the National Football League that's represented here, and also the Hunt family that has allowed my dad and I's dreams to come true. And now the beat goes on for the next generation. The Detroit Lions have traded the 55th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With that pick in the 2002-03 draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Rashee Rice.
Oh, man.
SMU.
Second straight year they take a receiver in the second.
Yucky. I don't love Rashee Rice. I think he's massively overrated. He's a guy that does not use his height to his advantage and uses his athletic ability to his advantage. His stats were gaudy last year, but I was not. I don't think he's as good as a player as some think. I had a 4th round grade on him as well. And also, you know, I don't know where he necessarily is going to play in that Chiefs scheme.
Patrick Mahomes, in terms of those contested situations, go get the ball. He can do that. He has the frame, he has the size, he has the length. Lewis, the body catching, he's got to fix that.
Yeah, it's the toughness, the competitiveness. Got a chance to see Rashee play in person down in Tulane.
I mean, I wonder how many wide receivers have even gone. We had that big chunk here with Quentin Johnson, Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison. All go. JSN, Quentin Johnson, Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison. We had that quad. You go right there. But then after that, Jonathan Mingo. And then after that, you had Jalen Reed. And then after that, you had now Rashee Rice. There's some pretty quality receivers that I think are still available, like Josh Downs, like Jalen Hyatt, like Tank Dell, like A.T. Perry, like Cedric Tillman. These are solid guys that I think should go higher than they're probably expected to go. The Bears pick is in. The Giants are now on the clock.
56, and the Chicago Bears find themselves back on the clock again. Second pick they've made in just the last few minutes. And here's Devin Hester again.
We have some breaking news. the Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 56th pick to Chicago Bears. With the 56th pick in 2023 draft, Chicago Bears.
All right, what do the Bears select?
Tyreek Stevenson.
Tyreek Stevenson, really solid pick.
Tyreek Stevenson going to Chicago. South Florida kid, was a top 50 national recruit. Began his college career at Georgia before transferring closer to home.
Yeah, led the Hurricanes with 7 pass breakups. Where you saw this kid, you watch this kid. He had 2 picks, averaged 9 yards per punt return. Had 2
Pretty solid
breakups,
guy.
3 solo tackles against Duke, an interception, a pass breakup, a tackle against Georgia Tech. Solid performance against Clemson those first 2 years at Georgia.
I'm gonna give that an A- selection there.
Up against those bigger wide receivers in the National Football League.
Super, super, super aggressive. This guy will absolutely knock you out. He is a guy who needs to play in middle field coverage. He needs to make sure that he plays to his leverage, uses his help in split safety coverages. He's one of those guys who can get good jams at the line of scrimmage. He understands zone principles. I'll tell you this, though. It is the physicality. This is a Chicago Bear. This is the kind of guy who Matt Eberflus is going to love, which I'm sure he already does love. He did pick him in the 2nd round. So him and Ryan Poles, they got a Chicago Bear type.
All right, the Giants pick is in.
All right, and now let's see what a New York Giant type of player looks like as the Giants make their next pick in round 2.
Stand up, New York! What a time to be a Giants fan. Now let's get to business. We're looking for smart. We're looking for tough. We're looking for dependable. With the 57th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, our New York Football Giants select John Michael Schmitz, Minnesota.
Mel, you've been talking a lot about him. The highest praise you can offer a player at this position is to compare him to Jason Kelsey, and there is a lot of that.
Really, 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 really solid run blocker. I'm going to give that another A pick. They're looking really good. Giants are having a really phenomenal draft. I'm going to give that an A grade. The Giants have done really solid. Really good run blocker. He's got the good technique. Really overall solid center. And he was the 2nd center to go. Joe Tippmann went at 43 to the Jets. But he'll likely play guard or mix that in that area. 2nd round's almost over. We are almost 2 hours within our stream so far. Cowboys are up.
The great Otis Taylor and original owner Lamar Hunt. But I'm here to represent the 5-time world champion Dallas Cowboys and its Hall of Fame owner Jerry Jones, Dean Jones and the Jones family, head coach Mike McCarthy, and Cowboy Nation. With the 58th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the 5-time world champion Dallas Cowboys select Luke Schoonmaker, tight end from
Luke Schoonmaker. He's solid. Another solid guy. I'm gonna give that a B. Solid pick. I mean, overall solid. Nothing much to say about him. You know, he doesn't have an elite ability. But he's got everything solid. Solid blocker, solid pass catcher, solid route running, solid hands. And, but he is, the one thing that he does have is elite athleticism with that 9.86 RAS score. And he does have good size. Like that. Alright. Buffalo's up now. Alright, Buffalo's up.
The first time you made a sale online with GoDaddy was also the first time you heard of a town named Dinosaur, Colorado. Start an easy-to-build, powerful website for free with a partner that always puts you first. Start for free at GoDaddy.com.
See how the YouTube's doing.
Because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I feel free to bare my skin, thanks to Sky Rizzy.
Sky Rizzy? Sky Rizzy? Hold on. Just say Sky Rizzy? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Sky Rizzy. Studio video's doing pretty well, I would have to say. Overall, very solid. You know. Do Giants. You weren't, Vincenzo. You weren't here for when I went over their pick. They ended up going with John Mitchell-Smits. Really like him. Really good run blocker. Overall, like that a lot. A really good run blocker, good technique, the best center in the draft class. My third ranked overall interior defensive lineman.
Welcome back to the 20
Cowboys went with Schoonmaker.
presented by Courtyard by Marriott.
And we continue from Kansas City as we work our way towards the end of round 2.
Bears went with Stevenson.
Is that young man, Hendon Hooker, quarterback from Tennessee. We've had 4 quarterbacks selected.
Ringo has still not been taken. Grade, you, Vincenzo, play back the stream a little bit to like 5 minutes ago, or like 6 minutes ago. You'll see the John Mitchell-Schmitz. My instant grade was an A. My instant grade was an A. Boo, Bills. You're back. You had to go somewhere? Oh, no, it's all good, bro. How have the picks been so far? Actually, not so good. The picks have not been so good. As you can see, I have a lot of third round guys that have gone in the second round. I've had some pretty bad picks like Jonathan Mingo go, Jotavius Martin Grayvon Dexter, Rashid Rice. These are all 4th-round guys that I saw go in the second. Bills. Oh, no!
Consensus All-American, the first guard in Gators history to receive that honor. And further, you'd like him, he's from a small town in Louisiana.
Oh, man. Phenomenal run blocker. That is another A-plus pick. Dude, the AFC East has been drafting freaking crazy. The Bills have had a really good draft so far. They got O'Cyrus Torrence, which they really needed some guard help. He's gonna help that that offensive line. Wow, man. Yeah, I mean, his run blocking ability is really good. Pass blocking, not so much, but he's definitely, and he was my tackle 1. He was on my top 10. Really surprised that he fell all the way this far at 59, man. But really solid player. Not the best athlete, of course, but he's got that NFL size at 6'5", 330 pounds. Bengals are up.
What up, Who That Nation? Man, it's an honor to be here. With the 60th pick,
All right, where the Bengals gonna pick?
draft, the Cincinnati Bengals selects DJ Turner.
DJ Turner. 4.26 guy. Solid at Michigan. Good ball skills. Played really well. Or did really well at the combine. Smaller guy, of course, around like 6 feet. And he had what? 176 pounds too. He's a smaller guy, obviously, but he's probably gonna play the free, to be honest, or in the slot due to his speed. Really good speed. You hope that the Raiders get a good cornerback. So Joey Porter Jr. is no longer available. The best cornerbacks on the board right now is you got Keely Ringo and Clark Phillips and Garrett Williams out of Syracuse. Those are the 3 guys. And the Raiders are what, at 70th? So they're going to hope that 10 teams don't pick 3 cornerbacks. But yeah, so far, I'm very happy, or I'm very upset. I'm very, very upset about how the AFC East has been drafting. I mean, with the Dolphins, they picked Cam Smith. That was a really solid pick. Buffalo Bills, you get O'Cyrus Torrence, and you get Dalton Kincaid. Those are 2 top 20 guys, in my opinion, and you get them at 26th and then 59th. And the Jets haven't been drafting too well, even though I think the Joe Tippmann pick was actually really good. You know, he's a humongous guy. He'll probably lock down the center position. But I mean, the Patriots drafted really well. Christian Gonzalez and Keon White. And then, I mean, the AFC East has just been kind of screwing us. But yeah, as you can see, I do like this idea with the whole board. But, of course, after this video, I am going to be going over the best picks of the second round, and I'm probably going to have 10 people highlighted of the second and third round. I want to highlight like 10 prospects probably, with like 5 in the second, 5 in the third, or maybe, yeah, maybe 6 in the second. But that's going to be the video right after this, of course. Am I going to stream for day 3? I am going to stream for day 3, but I'm only going to do the 4th and 5th round. I'm only going to do the 4th and 5th round. And then after the 6th, and then after the end of the 5th round, I think that's probably where I end the stream. Because I'm just going to probably go with my brother and get some wings, as I am home for the weekend. And then I also got to start preparing for my big video where I go over and I rank and grade every single team in the 2023 NFL Draft. I got to go over the best picks of the third round. And what else do I have? I mean, and then also my winners and the losers of the draft, and then I got to study for my finals and all that. So I'll probably get off at around the 5th round, and then take a little break. But yeah.
Switch to Hulu Plus Live TV.
And then I also probably want to do like the best picks of day 1, the best selections in day 1 of the draft. But that'll probably be next week completely. I'll probably do that video just so that I can have more full content. But yeah. Texans are on the clock. Texans have made a trade. Texans and then the Lions at 63. Eagles are picking back-to-back in the 3rd round. Cincinnati Bengals. They picked DJ Turner. I gave that a B.
We are back, and it's time for a look at Mel's best available players, brought to you by Courtyard by Marriott.
Got some good ones. Greeny's still on the board and is going to maintain this way. You think about Trenton Simpson and Drew Sanders, 2 linebackers who get after it.
Darnell Washington might fall to the 3rd, even though I think that's probably where I think the Jags should probably end up going with linebacker here or cornerback.
He was the go-to guy with Cedric Tillman injured this year for that Tennessee Vols offense. He took the top off that defense on a regular basis.
All right, so the Jacksonville Jaguars will make the next selection here. We've had a flurry of trades, so I can tell you to finish round 2, it will go Jacksonville, then Houston, and then Detroit, beginning with the Jaguars. And here's Fred Taylor.
Hey. Kingdom Nation, y'all look good out there. Hey, I can't leave out here without giving one big Duval. All right. With the 61st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Brenton Strange, tight end, Penn State.
Oh.
I caught 11 touchdowns in college, 5 of them last year on 32 catches.
Trevor Lawrence will love this kid. He attacks the football.
Brennan Strange, I had what is like a I think this is going to be my first, oh wow. I had Brennan Strange really low. I had him as a 6th round pick. I mean, that's got to be an F, right? I mean, he just did not have a lot of production. He had that one huge game against Purdue, which they're playing on the screen right now. But I had him really low on my board. I had Brenton Strange as a 6th round guy, and he ended up going in the 2nd. I don't love that pick. That is the lowest pick so far. However, that's not bad. Broncos are going to have their first pick coming up too. Yeah. Not the greatest pick from the Jacksonville Jaguars. Texans up now. Brian Cushing. All right. What is Houston going to pick here? Juice Scruggs. Juice Scruggs. They have him at guard. I had him at center, but he is going to go guard here. I had him at center. He did play center guard at a what's it called? Penn State? Sorry. Solid pick. but I think that there are better guards on the board right now. Because I still have Andrew Voorhees did tear his ACL. And Mika Mailer, and then Chandler Zavala I also have above him. But it's fine. Where is he? Scruggs. Smaller guard though. But anything to help CJ Stroud is gonna be good. But as for me, I'd give that a C. All of all draft picks so far, who is most likely to enter the league with a boom and become a superstar? I have a few. I would say a one that immediately happens probably is Will Anderson, and then the second one that I really like is Zay Flowers. I think that Will Anderson and Zay Flowers become superstars right away. I think that Christian Gonzalez maybe has 1 year before he becomes a superstar. And then I really like Bijan Robinson to get 1,000 yards in year 1. And then Jalen Carter, I think, is an eventual 10-plus sack guy. But if I were to put my money on it, I would say Zay Flowers and Will Anderson are the two guys that I really love. All right, final pick in the first round. Marvin Mims. I'm going to give that a B. This is a huge, big play receiver out of Oklahoma. He had like 19 yards per catch. Gonna do a B. He's a really solid receiver. I had him as a top 10 receiver in my opinion. I had him right here as right under Cedric Tillman. Pretty solid guy. Good jump ball receiver as well. And I overall like that pick for the Denver Broncos. So now that ends the second round, and we're going to start with the third round. All right, start of the third round. We're going to have the Broncos. Or we're going to have the Bears, actually.
Will make a special presentation honoring the military.
Kansas City has a rich history and a deep connection to our armed forces that is well represented with our draft stage directly in front of the World War I Memorial. The World War I Memorial displays poppies as an enduring symbol of remembrance of the First World War. And now it's time to salute the one team we all cheer for. Joining us on stage are active duty service members from the Army, Navy, Air Force, Space Force, Coast Guard, and Marine Corps. We ask all of those currently serving and those who have served to also please stand and be recognized. Thank you to our service members here and abroad for the sacrifice.
Hold on. Give a quick salute to our soldiers, obviously. Still waiting for DeJuan Jones. Joe Tippmann.
We'll continue in 15 seconds after a word from front door.
Yeah, B+ submission. All right, Bears, let's get going.
NFL draft, the Chicago Bears will make the first selection here. They traded out of the top spot in both first and second rounds, continuing to build a young team around a young quarterback in Justin Fields, whom they traded up to take in the draft 2 years ago. That one held in Cleveland, this one here, of course, in Kansas City, and we're waiting for the Bears, who've made several picks in the last half hour or so. And they've had Devin Hester making some of those picks, and now Cole Bennett will make this selection.
Pretty crazy to be here right now. I'm off a few Bud Lights, so give me a second here. But I'll recognize that I'm in Kansas City, so go Chiefs. But I'm really here to say bear down. Where are we at, Chicago? All right, here we are. With the 64th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Zach Pickens, defensive tackle, South Carolina. Here we go. Bear down, baby, right here.
Well, it played 4 years and 47 games for the game that was the team's MVP as a
Zach Pickens.
6'3.5", 291 pounds. What they want to do is get in that backfield. This is a defensive line that needed some help, and Pickens will have a great opportunity here. Now he's 6'3.5".
Another defensive lineman guy. Smaller defensive lineman. I mean, it's fine. It's whatever.
The pass rush potential is definitely there. Talk about this past year, he had 2.5 sacks. What? Called on that more than that in the NFL. They have the quarterback a little more disengaged from blocks a little bit more in faster fashion. Play with a more consistent pad level. Most of this guys is coaching. The talent for Pickens, and you can see it here. Kid's got ability. The consistency at times was lacking, but he looks on. When you look at him physically and athletically, he looked like a first rounder.
Yeah, and this is the guy when you look at this.
No. I don't agree with whatever Mel Kiper is spewing out here. I think that Zach Pickens was just an okay pick. He's undersized defensive lineman who is inconsistent. I had him as a 5th round grade. That athletic ability, though, is definitely there. 9.92 RAS. But, like, was inconsistent on film. Or at South Carolina last year. And did not have that much production either. Philadelphia Eagles. Alright, Eagles pick is in.
The Bears fans are in the house in Kansas City, and the 3rd round is underway. We continue in just a moment on ESPN2.
If new Heineken Silver was a riveting Viking saga.
Last Christmas, the family tortured my first wife and stole my second favorite goat. Now you want to marry my daughter.
Crazy commercials, actually.
Taste, no bitter endings. Crisp and refreshing, Heineken Silver.
From big cities to small towns and on main streets across the U.S., you'll find PNC Bank, helping businesses both large and small, communities, and the people who live and work there grow and thrive. We're proud to call these places home too. They're where we put down roots, and where together we work to help move everyone's financial goals forward. PNC Bank.
Subway keeps upping their game with the Subway series, an all-star menu of delicious subs. Like number 8, the great garlic rotisserie style chicken, bacon, and garlic aioli.
I've tasted greatness. Great garlic, though. Tastes way better.
Can't argue with that analysis. Try Subway's tastiest menu upgrade yet.
Typical beginner's mistake.
Yes, they all start from the outside.
So, will we help him?
What else? Here, try it with Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I always hear you kids talking about this is fire, that's fire. Okay, let me tell you what's fire. Conditioning.
Everybody knows us Mannings are in peak physical form. Except me.
We did the other 99 earlier.
Enough was enough.
We had to show everybody how we condition.
Personal best here.
He's got potential. He's just old. Okay, man?
Welcome back to the 2023
All right.
NFL
Eagles pick is finally in.
Courtyard by Marriott.
Man, I mean, all AFC East teams picked quarterbacks. That's kind of crazy too, if you think about it. Yeah. Let's get this Eagles pick in.
Speaking of Hendon Hooker, we're also waiting to see when his name will get called. And Hooker, again, a quarterback a lot of people like. We wondered if he might sneak into round 1, and here he is still available in round 3. The Eagles, by the way, are about to make the next 2 picks consecutively.
Yeah, and Hooker's surprising. I mean, he might be the best deep ball thrower in this draft. I get it. He's coming off the ACL. Without the ACL, some thought he could have been a first-round pick. And so for Hooker to still be sitting there, somebody's going to get a good quarterback. They have to be a little patient with him and let the knee get healthy. But in the end, he's got high-level traits to play the position.
That's an offense where Josh Heupel made it so quarterback friendly.
Yes, yeah.
And I think what hurt too was Joe Milton came in late, particularly in that bowl game against Clemson as underdog. And
Yo, what if the Eagles take Darnell Washington? That'd be actually kind of crazy.
of that bowl game, leading Tennessee to a solid upset victory over Clemson. So it's the system, the quarterback. You can't take away from Hendon Hooker. I mean, he has an NFL arm. He can move. He showed that at Virginia Tech. He had 10 rushing touchdowns there in 2020. So for Hendon Hooker, hey, this year with the ACL, he's going to be 26 in January. That isn't even a factor. He figured to go, I thought, mid to late second. I had a mid to late second round grade on him. So the fact that he's still on the board right now shouldn't be a huge surprise.
So the Eagles had 2 first-round picks last night, and we all raved about their performance. And now they will have 2 back-to-back picks here early in round 3, and they're going to be announced simultaneously. So we will get one announcement here of 2 players for the defending NFC champion Philadelphia Eagles.
E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles! Let's go, guys. What a great week to be an Eagle, guys. Well, with the 65th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Tyler Steen, guard, Alabama. And guys, with the 66th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Sidney Brown, DB.
Tyler Steen, Sidney Brown, back-to-back.
We'll do them both here. Tyler Steen from Bama is a transfer from Vanderbilt who began his career on the defensive line.
He is going to be playing safety for them. Those are 2 solid picks. They picked Tyler Steen as a guard. I had him as a tackle. He is going at guard for them. Overall solid 2 selections for them. I like Sidney Brown. He's super athletic and play in the slot. That's going to be their Sidney Gardner-Johnson replacement, the pretty obvious replacement for them. That's why they selected him here. And then Tyler Steen is their guard for the future for whoever is going to move to center after Jason Kelsey retires. And that makes sense a lot. So yeah, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Tyler Steen, and then Sidney Brown. Eagles have been drafting really well so far.
This kind of fits what Philadelphia wants to do. Big offensive line.
linemen that are scheme versatile. Remember, they drafted Landon Dixon out of Florida State. He was a center. Now he's just starting left guard. It's a powerful left side. So a big man, versatile. He's got to get his feet going. Sometimes from contact, he loses his feet. He's got to get those going.
And then it was on Sidney Brown.
Yeah, Sidney Brown is a stud from Illinois. 5'9",
All right.
211 pounds, 4'4" in the 40. Yeah, he's a box player. I shouldn't say that.
And I think that's going to end all the grades for me. My instant grades are now over.
He plays the game smart. He knows how to use leverage. He knows how to use his help. He knows how to finish on the football. He has 6 interceptions in 2022, 10 for his career. So he's not some guy who sits your box safety because he can't cover and can't make plays on the football. He will run and hit, as he will show you right here. If you start sending him on safety fire, he is going to be disruptive. He's going to be the kind of guy who creates DFLs. He's one of those guys now, again, that will play Philadelphia Eagles defense the way you want it to be played. The Philadelphia Eagles fan base will this guy, that's the passion that he plays with.
And they need him. They lost a pair of safeties in the offseason, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Marcus Epps. I just wanted to mention again Sidney Brown and his identical twin brother, Chase, who's a running back who had over 16...
Chase Brown is also in this class.
Shout out to my wife, Angela. Make sure you have MJ in bed right now. It is 8:26. With the 67th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Drew Sanders.
There he is. There goes Drew Sanders.
Well, you've been waiting for this name to get called. He started actually at Alabama, transferred as a better scheme fit to Arkansas, and was terrific.
Yeah, that length that you see in an inside linebacker, talking about that with Jack Campbell.
That's a very good pick.
6'4.5", 235 pounds. Talking about a guy who,
My number one linebacker goes off the board.
he's going to get up there and he's going to back passes down. He's going to break the edge. He's going to disrupt throwing lanes. He excelled this year getting after the quarterback. It's like a very good burst into the backfield. Powerful hands.
Commercial breaks take so long. They take so long, man. Like, I got nothing to do but be on my phone at that point. And then cough my freaking brain out, man. I hate being sick. I like that selection. That's a late second round grade going in the third round.
Mississippi State 16 tackles against Alabama, 12 tackles and a sack against his former team. I thought he could be at one point in time a late first round pick. The fact that you're getting him in the third round, early third round, one of the best picks of the
I like that pick.
Yeah, he does a lot of things good. Doesn't do everything. Doesn't do really anything great. As a pass rusher, I think he's better in the A and B when they send him on cross dogs and really try to get him freed up on running back.
All right, Lions pick is in right now.
Smart. He runs to the football. He's tough. He's dependable.
Lions have had a good draft so far. Now I have no players within my top 25. My top, actually, my top, what? Cam Smith is gone. My top 29 is fully gone. All of my early second, late first, mid first, early first, they're all gone. All those guys are gone, but now we got some late seconds that are still yet to go. And some early third round grades as well. Is there still a chance for the Raiders to get a great cornerback? Absolutely. They can get Keely Ringo. They can get Keely Ringo's a really good guy. They got Clark Phillips. Garrett Williams at Syracuse. I don't know why Keely Ringo's falling this far. A third round pick is definitely a good chance to take a risk on a guy like him. I mean, I think this is also where the Lions could potentially definitely try to go for. Could go here at cornerback. The Texans are at now at 69 as well. Nice.
financing plus $2,000 bonus cash on the 2023 Ram 1500.
Lowe's knows the most powerful
tool in your toolbox is an app that saves you time and money.
Darnell Washington still hasn't gone yet. That's what I'm mostly surprised about. He's a guy that I like a lot.
And track your MVP's pro rewards. It works hard so you can stay on the job, get it done, and move on to the next. You got this, and we got you.
YouTube is now the home of NFL Sunday Ticket. Does this mean you can watch NFL Sunday Ticket without putting a satellite dish on your roof? Does this mean you can watch your favorite teams out of market Sunday games? Does this mean all the players are technically YouTube celebrities now? Yes, do every one of those things. Sign up now and get the full season price of the year on YouTube and YouTube TV.
There have been 80 years of drafts. I'm told the pick is in. Thousands of names called. Jerry Rice, Eli Manning, Sauce Gardner. But there's nothing like hearing yours.
Man, they really love that Sauce. They really love Sauce Gardner. They advertise the absolute hell out of Sauce Gardner.
Welcome back to Kansas City in the midst of round 3 of the 2023 NFL Draft here on ESPN2. And there's no question what the theme of this draft has been. It has been wheeling and dealing. So many trades through the first 2 rounds, and they continue here into round 3. The Detroit Lions have traded into the 68th spot, and we're making this pick, the 5th pick of the 3rd round.
All right, Lions are up. I'm on Raha.
With the 68th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Hendon Hooker, quarterback.
Oh!
And so there it is. Good for him. Hendon Hooker waiting to hear his name all the way here into round.
Hendon Hooker.
And so the pick is made. We wondered if the Lions would take a quarterback, and now
Cornerback depth. They definitely needed some cornerback depth. So I'm not mad at this pick at all. But I know it got advanced age at 25, coming off of an ACL. Not the best quarterback, feeling pressure at all, and he has like no pocket mobility. I mean, the ACL tear was nasty against South Carolina. However, he's like he's like a machine at the quarterback position. He's got crazy accuracy. He was really good last year, the whole year. And he had 29 touchdowns to only 2 interceptions, had the second highest quarterback rating and passer rating. But yeah, no. All right, Houston. Did Houston just pick? Or are they just showing more Hendon Hooker highlights? But Hendon Hooker does go to the Lions. They've had such an interesting draft.
Now, when the pressure came, the accuracy waned just a bit. The system, as I say, allowed success. I say Joe Milton, not only did he was the MVP of the game, the Clemson that was upset by Tennessee. So Tennessee upsets Clemson with Joe Milton in for the injured Hendon Hooker. But Joe Milton didn't even have Cedric Tillman and Jalen Hyde in that game. It was 3 touchdown passes and the end.
Cedric Tillman has yet to go either. I'd be wondering to see if... Who did Anthony Richardson go? He went to the Colts. He went all the way over here. Anthony Richardson went 4th overall to the Indianapolis Colts. He went a while ago.
I never got the sense that he was under pressure when he was in the game. When stuff was going crazy around him in the pocket, I thought this guy kept his eyes down the field. He was cool, calm, and collected. I saw him hit the short stuff, the intermediate routes, the timing routes. He can throw the deep ball beautifully. I can tell you this is the best thing I like about this. He's going to the Detroit Lions where their quarterback coach is Mark Brunell. Guess who else dealt with an ACL injury in college and had to come back from it? He came back from it in 6 months. Mark Brunell. They do things very smartly up there in Detroit as far as how they're targeting players and bringing the right players in here to be coached, man.
That's why I picked him to go to the Super Bowl.
And what I love about him is that his decision making. 58 touchdowns, 5 interceptions over the last 2 years. To me, that is the #1 quality my quarterback has to have. He has to make good decisions. The best deep ball thrower in this draft.
All right.
Jared Goff is there. He has no guaranteed money on his deal. He's 28. Hendon Hooker will be 26 in January. It's going to be an interesting situation in Detroit.
All right, Texans.
Howdy. Let's go Texans. The Los Angeles Rams have traded the 69th pick to the Houston Texans. With the 69th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Nathaniel Dell.
Tank Dell.
Receiver out of Houston.
Well-traveled, started at Alabama, A&M, then went to community college, then 3 years at Houston. Nickname is Tank, so Tank Dell is on his way to Houston. Meanwhile, let's go back to Adam Schefter.
Nathaniel Dell. Pretty solid. Really good special teams guy, slot guy, but he is really, really small. Overall, a solid pick. I like that Nathaniel Dell selection for the Houston Texans. You get Bryce Young, or sorry, you get CJ Stroud, and you also selected... Here, the Houston Texans obviously selected CJ Stroud. They got Will Anderson. They traded back up for Juice Shrugs, and now they got Tank Dell. So, building through the draft, now you... Alright, Jays, this is for you. Jays, this is for you. Raiders are selecting.
Hello, National Football League fans. Hello, arch enemy, Kansas City Chiefs fans. Congratulations on your Super Bowl victory.
Jays, this one's for you.
You know, in the National Football League, they have a saying called next man up. They say next man up. And so I'm here representing the great and late Willie Brown, one of our great players, Hall of Famer. And Willie's tradition was to always remind all of you, each and every person out there and those watching on TV, to remember what's coming up in the next week or so. Mother's Day is coming up. Willie Brown took great pride in encouraging all National Football League fans and all our television audiences to remember your mom. Remember your mom. With the 70th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Byron Young.
Byron Young. They're going through the draft. They're building through the D-line this draft. Like that overall, Byron Young for the Raiders. Still think they still need cornerback. Byron Young. There are 2 Byron Youngs in this class. There's one from Tennessee. There's one from Alabama. Alabama's Byron Young is the better one. Good run defender, versatile. He could play the 3, the 2I, the 4. Good pass rusher. Overall, it's a solid pick. Even though I had a 4th round grade on him, he does go in the 3rd round. So that makes sense. All right. Saints are up.
Where was the explosive step going to be? Everything seemed too methodical. In order to play this game at the next level, you have to be sudden. You have to be quick. He's got to learn to play a lot. With the 71st pick. With the 71st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kendrick Miller, running back.
Kendrick Miller. Kendrick Miller.
This is a
solid, good contact balance, good size. He had a really good last year. I had him as a late third round guy, and he goes in the early third round. So yeah, we build the D-line trust. Sure, definitely. I mean, you got Tyree Wilson in this draft. You guys got Byron Young. You guys got Michael Mayer in this draft class. You have a pick coming up later in the third round. But yeah, you are building through the defensive line. So now you have what? I mean, you guys got a pretty good D-line now with Max Crosby, Tyree Wilson, Chandler Jones, Jerry Tillery, and then you have Kendre Miller to box in with that. Cardinals. And then you also, yeah, you guys are definitely building through the defensive line in this draft. Cardinals just made their selection. Bro, they keep on going to commercial, bro. Damn. I mean, the third round is going more predictable. A lot of these guys that had third round grades, fourth round grades, Nathaniel Dell early third round grade. Third round's going a lot more smoothly than the second round did. In the second round, I had a lot of just weird picks. Like, I think Juice Scruggs was a potential overdraft. Brandon Strange was the sixth round guy that I had going to Jacksonville. Didn't love that pick at all. Even though Brandon Strange does have that athletic upside. With his, 9.0 RAS score in that, he doesn't have necessarily elite traits. He's just solid and a big block or big body tight end there. And then Jonathan Mingo, and then I liked it to Carolina. I think that's a good pick for them, getting a jump ball receiver for CJ Stroud or for Bryce Young, who is going to throw those jump balls, and Jonathan Mingo could definitely be consistent for them, as now they have Adam Thielen in the slot. And then, what else? What happened in the second round? I mean, the picks that I absolutely loved, Joey Porter Jr. going at 32nd, essentially a first round, even though he was the first pick in the second round. Brian Branch was a really good pick going to the Detroit Lions. I liked Cam Smith going to the Dolphins. I liked John Mitchell-Schmitz going to the Giants. I liked a lot O'Cyrus Torrence going to the Buffalo Bills. And I also, and then in the third round, my favorite pick so far has been Drew Sanders. And then I also really liked Michael Mayer also going to the Raiders. Let me know how you guys think your team has been drafting so far. For the Jets, I think they've drafted okay. I like the Joe Tittman pick, even though I think John Mitchell-Schmitz is a step above him, or a tier above Joe Tittman. But Joe Tittman is massive at 6'6", 315, athletic, good in the run game, and a solid pass blocker. But, you know, I didn't love the Will McDonald pick in the first round. Even though it was an overdraft, Will McDonald is still a good player, regardless, due to the fact that he has elite bend, elite get off. He performed really well in the Senior Bowl. I mean, it still was an overdraft in my opinion, though. I definitely think he could have been available in the top of the second or the really, really late third. But at 15, that still is an overdraft in my opinion. However, can't crucify the pick too much. Alright, Cardinals pick is in. We got a while to go. We got a while to go.
Bum bum bum. The 72nd pick
in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Garrett Williams.
Garrett Williams.
Syracuse.
And that was one of those trades. So it's Arizona taking Williams, who led the ACC in pass breakups in 2 different seasons, and now for his career had 0 penalties. Tell you what, Garrett Williams
This is the guy who doesn't commit penalties. Pretty solid pick. I had him as an early 3rd round grade. He goes in the early 3rd round to Arizona, and Arizona definitely needed a lot of secondary help. I like that pick. I'm going to give that a B+. Your team's had some pretty good picks so far. I mean, I definitely like where the Raiders are with Tyree Wilson, and then they go in the 2nd round with Michael Mayer, replacing, why am I blanking on his name? Darren Waller. Replacing Darren Waller with Michael Mayer. And then you guys also got Byron Young. I think that the Cardinals have had a pretty decent draft class as well. You get B.J. Ojulari in the 2nd. Paris Johnson Jr., he's going to be your likely future offensive tackle 1. Alright, Rams are traded to the Giants.
To the New York Football Giants. With the 73rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jalen Hyatt.
There he goes. Wow. That's a good pick, man. That's a phenomenal deep threat for them. I'm probably going to give that an A-. I had him as a... I had him as a what? I had him as a late 2nd round grade. He goes in the early 3rd. They traded up a lot for him. They moved all the way from 89 to for the Los Angeles to go get Jalen Hyatt. I like this. He's a good deep threat. He reminds me a lot of like a Deshaun Jackson, like a pure deep threat. Overall, A-. The Giants have had a really good draft class, though. The Giants are probably going to end up in my top 10, guaranteed so far, because they've drafted John Mitchell-Smith, who I really like. They've drafted, Deonte Banks, which I also really liked. And now Daniel Jones is somebody to throw too deep if he wants to throw deep. He cannot run the routes. Don't let people fool you. He cannot run the routes. He's not a very good route runner. He's not a very good route runner.
Thank you very much. First of all, before I announce this pick, you guys be quiet. I have to acknowledge Dog Pound Nation.
Bruh.
Now I can get to the pick. With the 74th
Browns with their first pick.
in the 2023 draft, the Cleveland Browns select
Cedric Tillman. That's a really good pick. Cedric Tillman going to the Cleveland Browns. They definitely needed a receiver here. And I think they got a really good guy with Cedric Tillman. This dude is a humongous receiver. He's a big body guy. He's got phenomenal hands. He's a good athlete. I think he was what? He had like a 9.5 RAS, 6'3", 213. He's a big guy. He has phenomenal hands. He's a pretty okay route runner, and he's good after the catch. He's got some pretty good speed. He runs around a 4.5. I like that a lot. On the outside of Amari Cooper. I like that a lot. I like Cedric Tillman. I think he's a pretty good prospect, and he just went to the Browns. 4.5 guy, 4.54. And then you got him next to Donovan Peoples-Jones, Elijah Moore, Mari Cooper. I do like that pick. But yeah. If you guys are listening to the commercials on with me, you're gonna hear some goofy commercials. Bro, my throat, my freaking lungs are dead. I need to eat after this too. I hope this finishes before 11 because I'm gonna get that video out. The best players that were drafted. Yeah, I'm probably gonna get that video out by like 12 o'clock tonight probably, or I could release it in the morning. Except I think that I'm gonna release the second, the shorts version in the morning, but I want the I mean, I probably should release the full video in the morning. Sorry, just in commercials right now. Here. I mean, none of my audience is on at 12 o'clock at night. They're more on at 12 o'clock. And tomorrow's Saturday, so I should probably release that video tomorrow. Come on, not a lot of you guys are subscribed. Only 95% of you guys. Let's get that number up. But I mean, these videos are doing pretty well. This has 93 views. This has 82 views and is steadily increasing throughout the entire 4 watch hours. That's really solid. That's really solid, I would say. And then obviously I'm streaming right now. So the channel's looking up. Channel's definitely looking up right now.
Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected. Health insurance commercial, take one. One more, I got you. Take 37.
I swear that 95% has to be fake. I swear it's the same for every YouTuber. That's because subscriber numbers are usually just like low around every single person. Because, you know, YouTuber, or, you know, that just happens. But no, like, yeah, 95%, that's probably accurate for me. I have 300,000 total views on my channel. I've been posting for around a year and like a quarter now. But no, I have 300,000 views, only 616 subscribers. I know for sure I have a low number of subscriber turnover ratio, because my long videos don't do as well. All right, Falcons are picking.
23 NFL Draft. The Atlanta Falcons select from the Ohio State University.
DeJuan Jones.
Zach Harrison.
Oh, nope. Zach Harrison.
All right, let's make this tonight's prospect resume brought to you by Indeed. Zach Harrison, the top-ranked player in the state of Ohio, coming out of high school, finished with 12 career sacks. And Mel, we have seen, actually, Booger, let me come to you on this one.
I had him as a 5th round guy. For the Falcons, you know what? I'll give that a B-. Nah, it's a C+ for me.
Freaky athlete. The problem is there's no plan with it. You don't see it often. You don't see him with the ability to use that, his pass rush plan. What's he gonna do? Somebody needs to coach him up and show him how to use this athletic ability. When you set the edge in a 4-3.
Gonna give that a C+. 5th round guy, I had in my opinion. But yeah.
Or 4-3. So many tools to work with. It's gonna be up the defensive line coach to get him and make sure you unleash this freaky athletic ability that he has.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what Zach is. He's one of those guys who they hope they can turn into somebody who can give them some juice off the edge, man, because he has got the physical traits, but you're right, he just doesn't turn it loose. He doesn't have real good pass rush plan or pass rush tools right now in terms of his development, and Atlanta desperately needs it.
The New England Patriots, let's see who they think they desperately need. It's their turn in round 3.
With the 76th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft,
All right, where are the Patriots going to go with?
Patriots select Marte Mapu, linebacker, Sacramento State.
I think this might be the first guy I don't have graded.
Lewis, where there's all these star quarterbacks now. Bill Belichick looking for more help on the defensive side.
Bill is getting bigger and faster.
Sacramento State. I think this might be the first guy I don't have drafted. Or I don't have. Wow, he actually is.
He can also play in the back end, but this is one of those positionless players that will do a lot of that to you. And Bill loves this. The kind of guy who's going to come downhill, fit the run perfectly, and he will lay the hit on people. He's
Wow.
getting better. I'll say this, as far as his zone drop awareness, pattern development awareness, and he's one of those guys who Bill will get him going as far as that is concerned.
Sacramento State guy. This is going to be my first prospect I do not have a grade on.
Slicing underneath the shallow routes. Look, him, a guy like him, a guy like Kyle Duggar, that they already have on their roster already, a guy like Adrian Phillips. These guys are positionless type of players. They can play linebacker, can play the star position,
Wow.
can play the nickel will position, and can play in
That's my first guy that I don't have a grade on. I don't know anything about him, so I'm going to give that a C. I don't know anything about him.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Byron Young, linebacker, Tennessee.
This is the other Byron Young. This is the Tennessee linebacker. This is the Tennessee edge rusher, not the Alabama one. Byron Young. Where's the Alabama Alabama one just went. Byron Young, second all SEC. He's got juice coming off the edge. I think this is a good pick. Gonna go with a B minus probably. And we've come full circle. We have Byron Young. Did you forget to do the instant grade stuff? Yes, I did. I mean, it doesn't matter. These guys are third round guys. But no, I'm not gonna have any instant grades. I do have them in my notepad, but I'm not gonna put them on. But I am gonna I'll voice it. You know what? Here, let me just put it. Let me just add it back.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm gonna shout out to my amazing wife, Genesis Butler, and I love the Packer fans. Yeah, cause they're one of the owners. That's the owners group. Shout out to Brian Gutekunst, the best GM. Guess what, Jordan Love? We got some more help for you. With the 78th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Tucker Kraft, tight end.
Oh, they have 2 tight ends now.
So, as he said, Mel, they continue to supply weapons here on day 2 for the young quarterback, Jordan Love. That's another tight end. This one from
Tucker Kraft. I'm gonna give that a B minus.
Yeah, I remember Dallas Goddard when he's been in the NFL at that same program, 6'5", 255. Tucker Kraft, that super competitive, hard worker, a grinder. High school, he was running back, middle linebacker, punter, quarterback.
I'm still surprised by the Marte Mapu. I have no idea who he is. Out of Sacramento State.
Consistently, it's a big jump in competition. But you look at this kid, he had the injury early on, finished with 27 catches for 300.
Tucker Kraft though, going to do I have a B? I'm gonna give that a B actually. I'm gonna give that a B plus. Actually a B, because they didn't need another tight end, but they just got one.
Last this long would have gone in the second round.
The Colts pick is in, and here it comes at number 79.
Colts Nation, what's happening?
All right, Colts are up.
All right.
And the Packers took two tight ends, Luke Musgrave and Tucker Kraft.
The Indianapolis Colts select Josh Downs, wide receiver,
Downs.
North Carolina.
Good pick. I like that pick a lot.
By the way, you'll remember his uncle, Dre Bly, who played 11 years in the NFL.
Yeah, this is a guy who's been primarily a slot in college football. 82% of the snaps are in the
Gonna
slot.
do an A- on him. I like that pick. Josh Downs, even though he's a smaller guy, doesn't run too fast. Dude has some really, really good routes. He's a good slot guy. You draft Anthony Richardson. Go ahead and get yourself a good wide receiver. I had him as a late second round grade, and he's going in around the mid third round too. Actually, he's pretty good at a contested catch prospect as well. That's another good pick. Him and Cedric Tillman are so far the best two picks. The Packers have had a really, really interesting draft. They got Tucker Kraft, and they got Tucker Kraft. They got Jaden Reed. They got Luke Musgrave. They're building up through Love, and I wonder why they did that. Because they just didn't do that the whole time with Aaron Rodgers, so like, why start that now? That's kind of interesting in my opinion. I'm like, oh, Panthers just traded up.
Metro has unlimited 5G for just $25.
And a free Samsung Galaxy 5G. It's perfect.
You're perfect. I love you. Oh.
Get a free 5G phone now at Metro.
Here's your biggie bag. All that food for $5, that's my go-to.
Ooh, that's my ride or die.
Just like you and me. Bag boys. Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
You can always bet on Biggie. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag.
A cyber attack can grind everything to a halt. Cisco Security keeps your company moving forward because if it's connected, it's protected. Cisco.
We in Miami, the best city in the world.
Formula One continues to explode in the U.S.
This is the biggest event in the world right now.
The vibe is amazing. The fans here are the best.
I love the art of it, sport of it.
Amazing energy.
We go racing here in Miami once again. Let's keep it up. Yes, let's go.
Join Cheddar as we explore the hidden side of America's biggest city in NYC Review.
To see New York City from above is no comparison.
Catch the second season of NYC Review.
Has this happened to you? AT&T and Verizon rope you in with phone offers, then bind you to a 3-year device contract. Break free with T-Mobile. Introducing Go 5G Plus, the first plan that always gives new and existing customers the same great device deals. And you're upgrade ready a year earlier. Right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and get one of the latest 5G smartphones free. Hello? Yes, I'm free. And so are you. No, I'm not tied up at all. Surely this is too many rope jokes.
Break free with Go 5G Plus at T-Mobile.
Bro, I really think I need to research this Marte Mapu guy. Is he a true linebacker? Yeah, he is. Sacramento State Hornets. Like, how was I supposed to know this guy, man? So, yeah. I would love for the Panthers to take probably another offensive guy. Even though I kind of need them to take... I need them to take a secondary guy. They could probably take Ringo here.
With the 80th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select DJ Johnson,
linebacker, Oregon.
DJ Johnson, the Oregon linebacker.
They obviously really wanted. They moved up 13 spots to take Johnson here. Brian Burns, patting yourself after Brian Burns.
DJ Johnson. I had a 5th round grade on him. I arguably had a 4th round grade on him. Bigger, another bigger guy, but he's got some speed off the line as well. But he's still raw. Still raw, but he's got power, he's got size. But he does have that speed. I'm gonna give that a... I'll give it a B-. If he can put it all together, it could be a good pick. But he'll likely be a rotational guy to start off.
But here's the one thing I'll say about him, Mel. He does play hard. That's the one thing that he has going for him. He will give you everything he's got playing hard, but he's got to understand how to use that. What's your pass rush plan? Are you going inside? Are you going outside? I think watching Brian Burns...
Bro, you sound annoyed. They took some unknown guy. Well, I mean, I have no idea how he is, so I have no idea who he is, and he was drafted in the 3rd round. So how am I gonna give my expert analysis on a guy I don't know? I'm not gonna BS it. I'm gonna learn him. And I mean, I predicted that there were gonna be like 1 or 2 guys that I just didn't grade that were gonna be drafted high, like this high in the 3rd round. But so far, in 80 picks, only 1 guy I don't know. That's pretty solid. And then I also have 200 guys, I have 200 guys graded. I mean, we're going to get a lot of these guys in here. But, Packers draft has still been nuts. I mean, I still haven't fully wrapped my head around it. Tucker Kraft, Jalen Reed. They got 2 tight ends even, man. They got Luke Van Ness, too, which is a solid pick. It's a solid pick. Luke Musgrave is a good pick. Tucker Kraft is a good pick. They're going to have a really fun... they're going to have a pretty creative offense next year. But they got to hope that Jordan Love makes it, though. But they're building around him like they never built around Aaron Rodgers. Which kind of sucks for Rodgers. But let's get these 20 picks down within the next, let's do this within the next, 30 minutes so I can get off and I can churn out those videos for you guys.
Bill used to have when we were back in Cleveland. Big, long, scheme versatile players that can play down in the run front or play in the back end and play safety. I like what he's doing. I like how he's trying to construct his defense and get it back on track.
If you're going to play in the AFC East going forward, you're going to have to be able to play some defense. There's no question about it. All right, the picks continue here as we have another selection ready to come your way. Tennessee will make this pick here, and then Tampa Bay will be on the clock.
Yes, Super Bowl champion, but also a co-host on the best sports morning talk show on TV, Good Morning Football. I have to say, congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs. I saw Mahomes and Kelsey out here. I've had some fond memories here. I remember being at Arrowhead Stadium in 2018 when we won the AFC Championship game, and we went to the Super Bowl. And Patrick Mahomes was 1 trophy short. Yes, I said it, I'm sorry. But now it's all about the Tennessee Titans. And we are the real team where the Houston Oilers started. You see me rocking it. Tennessee, the home of the best barbecue in the nation. Did I say something? No, not true. I take it back. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend anybody. But for the Titans, the division is ours. I don't care what Houston did yesterday.
I'm just going to let you guys listen to this monologue.
Jackets again. The Indianapolis Colts are 2-6 against the Titans since Pat McAfee came up here and did his wrestling announcement. And the Jacksonville Jaguars, they haven't had back-to-back winning seasons since I was a senior in high school. But now, for the 81st pick in the 2023,
All right, we're going to go back to our stream. Titans.
Tajay Spears.
against USC in that game and was named
Tajay Spears, that's a solid, I mean, that's an overall solid pick. I mean, the biggest adjective that I'm going to use for probably the rest of the draft is going to be solid. Tajay Spears. I had him going in the late first, and he's going in the he's going in the mid third. That's a solid pick. I'm going to give that a B. Good contact balance. Really good contact balance on him. He also one-cut guy. He also has good speed, too. He's pretty good speed.
Some people were concerned about his longevity once he got into the NFL. I'll tell you this, though. For the third round,
Buccaneers. Pick is in.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers will make the next selection here in round 3.
What's up, Buccaneers? What's up,
All right, Bucks pick is up.
Fire those cannons. Fire those cannons. Okay. Okay, with the 87th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Yaya Diaby.
Yaya Diaby.
Louisville.
Nearly had 9 sacks last year. Went to Georgia Military College before 3 seasons at Louisville.
I'm excited about his future prospects.
Diaby.
Todd McShay and I did that revolve 3.0.
But I had a 6th-round grade on him. Potentially an overdraft. I mean, there's still some guys that I'd rather take over him. Like, I don't know where Adetomiwa Adebawore is going to go. I think Andre Carter has some good defensive tackle ability. Overall, I'd give that a C-.
Recorded 9 sacks. He comes off the edge hard, comes with a determined effort, gives you everything he has. He's a blood and guts player. Physical attributes of big playability are there for him to have a long and I think prosperous career in the NFL. This kid will pay attention to detail, do everything he can to get better. Like the pick.
And when you look at Tampa
Solid. It's all right.
they haven't gotten a lot of production out of that. You got Joe Tryon, Schenker.
So they got Kalijah Kancey, Cody Mock, and Seahawks. Trade pick to the Broncos. Broncos are now on the board. Bro, they stay be going to commercial when I'm up here. Oh, they just traded from the 4th round too.
Ego, Milwaukee, Steel, all the top-rated brands, all run on their own single battery system, and all come from one source.
Broncos traded up. And their pick is in. How's everybody doing though? How's everybody doing this in this stream? We've had a pretty fun time in here. And then obviously I'm going to be recording after the draft. C-, instant grade. I am wondering where Israel Abanikanda is going to go. I see him as a way better running back than people see.
My finances were all over the place, and my banking relationship with
Seahawks have traded 83 for 108 and a 2024 third. That's not a great value. So the Seahawks now get a 2024 third for the Denver Broncos and the 108th overall pick. Pretty solid trade value. My ESPN thing is bugging, but we are 20 picks away from the day 2 conclusion. It's been a fun stream, guys. A lot of players have gone so far. My computer is definitely gonna die.
I need Indeed. Indeed you do. Create a free Indeed account.
Yeah.
And you no longer have to choose between job searching and socializing.
How's your guys' night's been, though? How's your guys' night's been?
Has thousands of employers ready to search for you.
You're considering a trade to leave the booth for the bar.
Listen, Nikki, I'm always looking for the best opportunity to watch, but I'm just focused on getting the next round. Of beers. Yeah.
Get a power card with an entree only at Dave & Buster's.
Welcome back to the 2023 NFL Draft, presented by Courtyard by Marriott.
The city, the Broncos have traded into the next spot, so the 83rd pick in this draft will be theirs. Again, Sean Payton, the new Broncos coach, a new direction, and let's see who their new player is.
The Seattle Seahawks have traded the 83rd pick to the Denver Broncos. With the 83rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Riley Moss.
Yo!
Interception is his career. Lewis, I'll actually turn
I love the Riley Moss pick. They're gonna pick him as safety.
I saw him down at the Senior Bowl, got to see him play in the Music City Bowl. 6 foot, 190 pounds, 4'4".
This guy's a dog. He's a crazy ball hawk. I like this pick a lot. I have him as a 4th round grade, but I like the selection of the Denver Broncos, especially at safety. So he is going to move to safety, though.
He's got a 39-inch vertical. The thing I like about him the most is what you just saw. He is not scared of going into the fire and sticking his nose on someone. He will light wide receivers up.
He also has a hit stick on him, too, yeah. How many guys on my big board are still have not gone yet? Darnell Washington has not gone yet. DeJuan Jones, Israel Abanikanda, Keely Ringo, Clark Phillips is not gone yet, and Saiki Ika are the only guys on my top 50 that have not gone yet. They better go within the 3rd round. Dolphins.
The 2023 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Devon Achane.
Oh, great speed back. Great speed back for the Dolphins, who kind of already have that kind of with Raheem Mostert. But he'll be solid for them. I'm going to give that a B. Yeah, he's freaking crazy fast. He ran a 4.33.
Still available at the end of the 3rd round.
Well, and when you think about what they want to do, Mike McDaniels in that zone scheme, how they want to run the football, he can run in between the tackles. Don't let the size fool you. He can be a one-cut downhill runner, tough, rare acceleration, tremendous vision to find the hole in that zone scheme down in Miami.
This is why you'll take running back in the 1st round.
The kind of speed that they have in Miami now with Achane, who I think pound for pound is about as tough as anybody in this draft. His lower half. It's his lower half, man. He bounces off the tackles at 188 pounds.
All right, Chargers.
What they've got on offense right now, please keep your quarterback healthy in Miami.
Great catches.
Keep your quarterback healthy because you are going to give defenses fits. Absolute fits.
Clearly the fastest, oh my goodness, in the National Football League. All right, the Chargers will make the next selection.
All right, Chargers.
With the 85th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Deion Henley.
Ooh, Deion Henley.
Another one with good speed, Mel, actually began his career at Nevada.
6-year senior. Guy was a wide receiver as well. I'm going to leave that also as a B. Deion Henley. They needed linebacker. The Chargers definitely needed linebacker. He's still learning the position, though, but he's good in coverage. With that experience at wide receiver, obviously he's got really good ball skills, and he's solid in zone. But he's better against the run than some people would expect a converted wide receiver would do. But he's likely going to be a weak side guy. But yeah, no, fast guy, wide receiver ability. But he does have that advanced age. But no, he's a pretty solid guy. I had him as my 4th highest rated linebacker in the class. Trenton Simpson has... Simpson is not gone yet. Trenton Simpson has not gone yet. This is a guy that I had in my... top 50. Alright, Ravens are up. Solid pick for the Chargers, I would say. I think this is definitely where the Ravens can take a cornerback here.
Small business first, never stop coming. And you have a partner that always puts you first. Start today at GoDaddy.com.
This all-new RE is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast.
With
an edge.
Let's go with that.
I really wonder if Darnell Washington is even going to go today. I mean, he's a phenomenal red zone threat. He's like a 6th blocker. Oopsie. Oh, my audio's out of whack. He's like a 6th blocker. I really wonder where Washington's going to go, man. I mean, they had him as their 39th overall. I mean, I had him as my 29th overall. And then Dwan Jones also hasn't gone yet. Keely Ringo hasn't gone yet. He's another top 50 guy for me. Adetomiwa Adebawore was an honorable mention to guy. Trenton Simpson was another guy that was good. Dwan Jones I had in my top 50 as well. I think these guys are like booking. You got to take him in the 3rd round. But yeah. And Saiki Ika, I think, is massively underrated. I think Saiki Ika is massively underrated in this draft class. I had Saiki Ika as... I had him as my what? My 4th highest graded defensive tackle, man. As a pure nose guy. I will be interested to see, though, if there is another prospect that I don't know the name of. The only one that I don't know in the 3rd round so far has been Marte Mapu out of Sacramento State, Division II guy.
Let's go to the stage in the Ravens.
What's going on, Kansas City? Baltimore, what's going on? I'm not gonna sit here and troll y'all like Jason did about the Titans. He's a little delusional, but y'all know what's going on in Baltimore. Eric DeCosta has been cooking this week, and it's on. With the 86th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Trenton Simpson.
There he goes.
There he is, Mel, your 3-down linebacker.
Yeah, Eric DeCosta, GM, is cooking up some really good crab cakes right now. I'll tell you what, you talk about Trenton Simpson with Zay Flowers, getting Lamar locked in. That's a team-friendly deal. They can get some things done as well.
3-down back or 3-down linebacker. Like that pick quite a bit. He was my number 3 linebacker. Good tackler as well.
He's got sack production, tackle production, all three phases of linebacker. Point A to point B in fast fashion, right as good as any linebacker in this draft. Now, his angles to the football could be better, could break down a little better on arrival. But I'll tell you what, interviews were off the charts. The numbers are phenomenal. And here he is at almost the end of round 3. Why, Lou? Why?
To me, it's the K&D part of the game. It's the instinct part of the game.
Yes.
It's the, okay, is it run, is it pass?
We're saying the same thing about Deion Henley.
Yeah, but you know what? He's just a step slower than Deion. Deion seems to be picking up a little bit faster. Look, I'll tell you this. If you have Trenton coming forward and you're blitzing him in the A-gaps, sending him off the edge.
49ers traded up.
He can do that kind of thing. But you have him sitting off the ball, and he's having
First pick in the draft for the 49ers.
Those kind of things happen a little slow for him at this point still.
And for this defense, they gave up a ton of big plays. Now you have another playmaker. You bring over, you have the ability to match him up against tight ends. He can cover slot receivers. An outstanding athlete.
He's played inside and outside.
Yes.
All right, so the Ravens make their second pick, and here comes the next selection late in round 3.
Niner fans, what's up? We waited a long time. We finally got our pick. The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 87th pick to the San Francisco 49ers. And with our first selection in the 2023...
Who are the Niners going to go with?
Draft, the 87th pick, the San Francisco 49ers select Jair Brown, DB, Penn State.
Jair Brown.
I love you. Let's go Niners!
Jair Brown had a hand in 16 takeaways, including 10 interceptions.
This guy's crazy at picks. This guy's a pick master. However, he tested horrendously. He did test horrendously.
Jair Brown, 5'11 and a half, 203. He's another guy like Brian Branch. He didn't test great. 4'6", 540. Basketball standout in high school. You think about the ability.
But he's big though. He's one of the rare safeties with more size. At 5'11", 203. A lot of slimmer guys here, but didn't test great. I had a 5th round grade on him. Obviously, I don't love the safety class.
Only thing you're missing here is his top end speed at range, right? So he has to take some chances. He has to jump routes, especially when he's playing in the
Jaguars are now on the clock.
that kind of just 4-4 speed that he can
Pick is already in.
He doesn't read it perfectly. But I'll tell you this, when he jumps it right, he has the ball skills to finish. When he jumps it right, if he doesn't get there and get the ball, he's going to knock you out. And when he's down in the box, I can promise you this, do not run through the line of scrimmage with your chin up in the air and not get your pads down, because 16 will light you up.
You know, the thing I love about him, he's got outstanding football character. So when you add this guy to your defense, he is coming in.
It's been a lot of time since last.
But he's versatile. He can play in a lot of different places. But the football character he brings to your team is outstanding.
So there we go for the first pick that the 49ers have had in this entire draft. And the next selection is in as they come quickly here late in round 3. The Jaguars, as they turn here to the stage, are getting set to make their selection. And they're ready to do it now.
All right, Jaguars. What you guys gonna take?
Hey, I'm back. Like the Jaguars are going to be back this year. Check them out. With the 88th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Tank Bigsby, running back.
Tank.
out of Auburn. Let's go.
Lewis, that's your guy. Super productive. 25 touchdowns in 3 seasons.
I love Tank Bigsby. And he can catch the ball out of the backfield as well.
Tank Bigsby. I actually like that pick. They kind of needed a power back goal line guy. He's got breakaway speed too. And that nickname Tank, that was crazy. Crazy fun. Did have a 5th round grade on him though. Good pass catcher though.
He identifies the run seam, and then when he gets to the open field, he has enough speed. He's 4.50 in the 40. He can finish with touchdowns. I'm telling you, Tank Bigsby. Hey, Mel, if you want another example of why you don't need to draft a running back in the 1st round, here it is. This is my poster boy for it right here. That's a nice draft right there between Brett and Strange, especially in the 2nd and 3rd rounds here with Strange and Bigsby. That's a real nice job by Trent Baalke, the GM down there in Jacksonville, and Doug Peterson. They're continuing to build out this football team
around Trevor Lawrence.
And when you look at Tank Bigsby, 210 pounds, the ability to stop and start that big, you're right, Lou. You get quality running backs in the later rounds, and this is another example.
All offense so far for the Jaguars in 3 picks. What will the Rams do next? We'll find out as we continue in a moment. You're watching the NFL Draft on ESPN2.
My active psoriatic arthritis can make me feel like I'm losing my rhythm. With Sky Rizzy to treat my skin and joints, I'm getting into my groove. Along with significantly clearer skin, Sky Rizzy helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Sky Rizzy attaches to and reduces a source of excess inflammation that can lead to skin and joint symptoms. With Sky Rizzy, 90% clearer skin and less joint pain are possible.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Thanks to Sky Rizzy, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement.
We have 14 picks left in the draft so far.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
1 in 8. That's how many people have worked at a McDonald's, who've made more famous fries and more kids' days than anyone else. Who know no 2 orders and no 2 shifts are the same. That hours that work around your life means more time for your life. That the skills you learn here help you grow from here or keep growing here. 1 in 8 start at McDonald's, and when you start, stays with you.
Verizon Small Business Days are back. April 27th through May 3rd. Now is the time for a free tech check, personalized advice, and special offers. Like a free 5G phone. Don't miss out. Get started today with Verizon Business. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
A cyber attack can grind everything to a halt. Cisco Security keeps your company moving forward because if it's connected, it's protected. Cisco.
And we're back in Kansas City, and Mel Kiper, let's take a look at the best players still on the board.
Yeah, we still have Darnell Washington and Adetomiwa Adebawore, but Keely Ringo and then Darius Rush, the corner, is where Cam Smith had a heck of a Senior Bowl weekend, and Blake Freeland, one of the most athletic offensive tackles in this draft. So there's still some very talented. Keep in mind, we're not even to the end of round 3, so there's a lot of good football players still on the board. This draft was strongest in these particular rounds. Coming up even on day 3 tomorrow, rounds 4, 5, and 6 will bring some players as well to the National Football League.
Here come the Rams.
With the 89th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Kobe Turner.
Colby Turner.
Wake Forest.
So the Rams going with the big fella in the middle of that defensive line, Bud.
Yeah, 6'2", 293 pounds. Started at Richmond, went to Wake Forest. Wasn't even invited to the combine, Greeny. But if you watch him play, you watch the effort. He is an effort player. He will give you everything he got. Sometimes he plays a little bit.
Where is Kobe Turner? I know I had him.
To the passer, but from an effort standpoint, he's got very active feet, strong hands.
Kobe Turner. I had him as an interior defensive lineman. 5th round grade. Another good. I'll give that a B- or a C.
You love the effort that this young man plays with, down in and down out.
Best games were against Clemson and Florida State, I thought, when I watched him. I just wonder, will he get overpowered against the run? Does he have enough pass rush ability? Probably in a rotation, possibly a back backup type player in the NFL. He had some production. He had the tackle for loss production, disruptive production at Richmond, and he showed flashes of brilliance at times this year at Wake Forest. I just wonder at the pro level, will he be overmatched once he gets up to that level of competition? And does he have the physicality, guys, to be able to still be able to get the job done?
Here come the Cowboys. Drew Pearson is back.
All right. All right, thank you.
I made food, and they barely drafted like 5 players. It's been a while. It's been a while since they've drafted somebody.
Until I was blessed to become a Dallas Cowboy.
Dude is annoying as hell. Drew Pearson is annoying as hell.
So, as an undrafted free agent, on behalf of my Hall of Fame teammate Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys, with the 90th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Davarion Overshawn, linebacker from Texas.
Ooh, DeMarvion Overshaw.
Go Cowboys! Hut, 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 hut!
DeMarvion Overshown, a converted safety, Lewis, and you see it when you watch him on tape.
This is a weak side guy.
I get excited talking about this too.
He's definitely a weak side linebacker. We've seen converted safeties like JOK, converted safeties to linebacker go. DeMarvion Overshown, I actually quite thought that he's good at he's a good player. He's got good downhill ability, and obviously converted safety is good in coverage. I had a late 3rd round grade on him, and he does go in the late 3rd round grade. Yeah, he's getting better though. I mean, he's I had him what? He was my overall linebacker 6th, right over to Henry Tuiotu. I was debating putting him there, but Cowboys have had a solid draft. So they've had a solid draft.
But DeMarvion Overshown is the real deal. Him and Micah Parsons together, oh boy. That's going to be fun to watch.
Feels like a good fit on a defense that flew around a lot last year, created a lot of turnovers.
All right, Buffalo Bills.
Bills are next up here on the clock. We're up to pick number 92. I will tell you that with the compensatory picks tonight, we'll have 102 selections by the time this night is over. Here comes Buffalo.
Yo, what is up, Bills Mafia? Okay, Kansas City, chill with the booing, all right? I got a lot of love for you, too. You got some of the best barbecue in America, all right? You guys did win the Super Bowl last year, led by Patrick Mahomes. But that was last year, and this is this year, all right? This draft pick in my hands gonna help Josh Allen and the boys go to the Super Bowl and win it all. So without further ado, with the 91st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dorian Williams, linebacker, Tulane. Let's go!
Dorian Williams.
Now we see a trend here as the night moves on. These AFC East teams are all going on the defensive
Tulane.
side of the ball.
Linebackers can run to the football, can handle coverage responsibility. Dorian Williams is speed.
Another weak side guy. It's like similarly to DeMarvion Overshown. He's another weak side guy. Out of Tulane. I have a lot of 5th round grades in the 3rd round. They're passing up on a lot of guys that I like. And DeMarvion Overshown is a B. I'm gonna have Dorian Williams as a B-.
5 sacks and 7 DBUs. Houston game I watched, off the charts production. UCF, USC, 17 tackles in that game, Lou.
It's unreal how this young man can read splits.
Definitely a good weak side guy, though.
Instantly the steps of the triangle, right? The center guards to the running back. He is off the spot in a hurry, Booger. He is downhill. His run hit ability is as good as any.
Chiefs are on the board.
That is a great pick.
You hear people cheering behind us. It's because the hometown team has just traded in again to the Kansas City Chiefs. Will be making the next pick here. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, that's the 15th trade that we have had tonight, which would be the most we've ever had on day 2 since they broke the draft up into the 3 different days.
Yeah, just to comment again on the linebacker. I love what Buffalo did. Remember, Jermaine Edwards is no longer there. He's in Chicago. So you got to have somebody to play the middle. Speed in the middle of that zone-based defense. They're going to drop back in that zone. I know Leslie Frazier took a year off, but Sean McDermott, the head coach, is going to call the defense. They need somebody in the middle of that defense that can line up and play.
Dorian Williams and Milano will be an absolute terror. Look, Dorian's not as big as Tremaine. Tremaine was a monster. Tremaine was 6'5".
Yes.
But this guy right here, as far as playing the game, so linebacker's the toughest position to play on defense from a mental perspective because of the run-pass conflict. This guy has no conflict.
Yes.
He's off the spot in a hurry. That's a heck of a pickup there by Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane, the GM.
Kansas City and Cincinnati working out a trade just tickles me to some degree when you consider the rivalry that's been worked out between those teams. But when teams want to get something done, they're ready to go ahead and do it. And so the Chiefs working out a deal with the Bengals, and they will make that pick here as the fans behind us keep yelling at me every time I turn over my shoulder to look at the stage. I can't get... Yes, we see you. At any rate, the fans are excited here in Kansas City, and they want to hear what their hometown Chiefs are going to get done as we work our way towards the end of round 3. Again, we'll take it to pick 102 tonight, and then there will be rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7 tomorrow as usual on Saturday. I see a large group of people working their way toward the stage here, so the Chiefs will be bringing, it looks to me like a few extra people out onto the stage to announce the next selection here. Again, this is pick number 92 in this draft, and here they come, led by the commissioner.
There's still 10 picks left. I got like 20 minutes left, probably.
To help make the Kansas City Chiefs selection, we are honored to have with us the family of fallen hero Master Sergeant Bernard Dagon of the Kansas Army National Guard. Master Sergeant Dagon was killed in action while on tour in Afghanistan on September 15, 2006.
Damn.
We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Craig, who will announce the pick in honor of his dad. Craig?
All right, the Chiefs.
The Cincinnati Bengals have traded the 92nd pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 92nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Wanya Morris, tackle.
Oh, Wanya Morris.
And yet another memorable and beautiful moment here during this draft as you see the commissioner with an embrace for the family. And Kansas City, of course, Mel, needs to make some moves on that offensive line, losing both their starting offensive tackles.
I do not hate that pick at all. I actually think that's a pretty solid pickup for them. You lose your tackle, then you replace him with Wanya Morris out of Oklahoma. Now both Oklahoma tackles have finally been taken. He is a true right guy. I definitely understand that a ton. I'm gonna give that a B+.
But inconsistencies kind of plagued him. Pass protection. He has the feet. He has the length you want. Too many breakdowns to get excited about. This guy just coaching, focus, consistency. If he can put it all together, guys, then you have something.
Yeah, it's all about technique and fundamentals. When his technique and fundamentals are good, he shows to be a good player. He flashes on tape. But when they break down, is when he breaks down. So he's got to get in there and get coached up on the technique and fundamentals because he's got the size, the athletic ability, and the movement traits to play at the next level.
They've got some nice offensive linemen in Kansas City, and they do a nice job of coaching people up. Look what they've done. Look what they helped Trey Smith become now at right guard down there for them. And Creed Humphrey, they have got some players. Wanya is a very, very good athlete. And when he does tie it together, he can be their starting right tackle.
Kansas City, the first defending Super Bowl champ ever to lose both its starting tackles from that Super Bowl. We're working our way towards the finish of round 3. We'll continue in just a moment from Kansas City.
Good morning. I'm Peter Davidson. Not Pete, because before 11 a.m., I like to keep it toned down and simple, just like Taco Bell breakfast, with fluffy eggs, sausage, melty cheese, and a crispy hash brown and a grilled tortilla. Nothing too wild, just like me, Peter Davidson. Isn't that right, co-host Rhonda?
Co-host?
You're on Breakfast with Peter. You're my co-host.
Are we on TV right now?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
USAA? You were in the military? No, my grandpa was. He passed membership to my mom, then me. Oh, yeah. If your
Steelers are
father
up.
Or grandparents served, they could pass it to you. I'll check it out.
USAA for the military community and their families.
You get 2 lightsabers? Oh, technically 1, but I can split them. You never gave me 2 lightsabers. Mark?
I'm Mark Hamill.
Rated T for teen.
Oh, that video needs to hit 100. You need to hit 100, boy. This video's flattening out. Reaching its peak. You need to hit 100, bro. This video needs to hit 100. There are a bunch of guys that are still in my top 50 that haven't even gone yet. Wow. I mean, so that's what expected when you have a weak draft class like this one.
Spending all your time on a quest for a new job. But you'd rather be on a quest for dragons. You need a way for jobs to venture to you.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Create a free Indeed account, and you no longer have to choose between job searching and socializing. Indeed has thousands of employers ready to search for you.
Kansas City for round 3 of the NFL draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers pick is in. This is number 93, the 30th pick of round number 3. Then we'll have...
All right, Steelers are up.
There will be 7 compensatory picks. So in all, we'll go through pick number 102 tonight. And here we go with the announcement of the Steelers selection.
With the 93rd pick in the 2023 NFL draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Darnell Washington.
Wow. Darnell Washington finally goes off. That's a really, really good pick.
Exactly, great. Brock Bowers, 63, catches Darnell Washington, 28. But you look at Darnell Washington, talk about a freakish talent. 6'6 and a half, 6'7", 265, 270 pounds with incredibly long arms. I'll tell you what.
That's an A.
Constant threat to stretch the deep middle. He has the ability to take the football.
I'll be back.
Field with his athleticism, that high upside. Needs to become a better technician, sustain better in terms of a blocker, on the move, making good contact at times is lacking, but I'll tell you what, talk about route running, lacking polish. He's a work in progress. When you have that kind of talent, these coaches in the NFL, that's why they're coaches. That's why they're the best coaches in the world. This kid's got the ability to manage in these situations. Durability was a bit of a concern by some teams coming in. Remember, he had that injury back, missed a couple games in August from 2021, kept him out of the first 4 games. If he can stay healthy, stay on the field, with that kind of talent, he'll be a weapon for Kenny Pickett.
Well, here's the thing about it. What he lacks as a route runner, he more than makes up for it as a blocker. And for a team that wants to run the football with Najee Harris, this is going to be like having 6 offensive linemen on the field. He is a punishing blocker with above average speeds as he showed us running 4.6 in the 40. This, to me, he has to continue to develop, but I love this pick by Mike Tomlin.
He just got to have that motor running hot all the time, because when it is, I mean, he's dominant. I mean, there's no reason. This guy, he should be going off the board soon. When his motor's running hot, he is good. He's unstoppable.
All right, we'll get back to that in a moment. Arizona's next.
With the 94th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Michael Wilson, wide receiver, Stanford.
A fascinating player. We'll get to his highlight in a moment, but first I want to just finish up our conversation on Darnell Washington, and Adam Schefter has more on the big tight end. Schefter.
Well, Green, the reason he's there to begin with at this point in the draft is because there are medical concerns with his knee. But the fact of the matter is it's a great value for the Steelers to get him at this point in time to add another weapon for Kenny Pickett. But the reason that a player like this is sitting there in round 3 later than most people would think is because of the medical concerns on his knee. Off some teams' boards, but still a great value for the Steelers.
All right, Schefter, thank you. Certainly the athleticism all there in a variety of ways. Wilson went next. You heard the wide receiver from Stanford was the next selection to Arizona. Had a great week at the Senior Bowl. And
Michael Wilson to Arizona.
And now we will have the final pick of round number 3 here before
3 out of 4 weighs to 100. What is the best draft class you've analyzed? So far, the 2021 NFL draft class. So far, 2021. So far, 2021. And then last year's, and then this year's. I think this year has been the worst out of all of them so far. I have a 5 out of 10 rating on them. But the the 2021 class produced, I'm going to say produced a few Hall of Famers. I mean, Cardinals selected Michael Wilson. I have a really low grade on Michael Wilson.
To help make the Cincinnati Bengals selection, we are honored to have retired U.S. Army Colonel Lynn Rolfe Jr. with us.
That Stanford hit solid.
He served our nation as an officer and Army civilian for more than 4 decades. Colonel Rolfe is a veteran of the Vietnam War.
He's a veteran of the Vietnam War. Wow.
50 years ago in 1973. We salute him and all veterans of the
Nunca
Vietnam War.
sale.
We're thankful for your honorable service.
Oh my god. Get this video to freaking 100 views. My bad. My bad. Alright.
Well, Commissioner, thanks. I'd like to thank you and the NFL and our VFW for allowing me to represent over 2 million men and women who served in Vietnam. But especially we need to remember and never forget the 58,220 that didn't come home and gave their lives so that you could be here tonight to enjoy your freedom. And now for my homies back in southeastern Indiana and the Houday fans out there. With the 95th pick in the
All right, let's go.
2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jordan Battle, defensive back, Alabama.
There's your guy, Lewis.
Jordan Battle.
6 interceptions in his career, brought half of them back for touchdowns.
Yeah, this guy is a true free safety. That's what they need. They don't have no more Jesse Bates in Cincinnati. Jordan Battle.
Free guy. Free safety. Gonna give that a B. That is your hopeful Jesse Bates replacement.
The requirements of playing the position, which means position, making sure you understand pattern development, and then coming downhill and finishing on the football.
I'm gonna give that a B plus. I think that's a solid pick.
That's called a flat foot read. That's called flat backing someone and putting them on their back. He's real good at entering into the run front, real good run angles, solid secure tackler. This is who Lou Anarumo needs in the back end of his defense. They are, again, accumulating some real good athletes in the back end for Cincinnati. I like what they're doing to restock this roster, especially at that position, given all the people that they have lost.
All right, the Lions will make the first of our compensatory.
Lions are the first compensatory pick.
With the 96th pick in the 2023 NFL
All right, what are the Lions going to pick here?
The Detroit Lions select Broderick Martin, defensive
Roderick Martin.
Western Kentucky.
I did not have him graded either.
They continue to look to add more help for a defense that did come on stronger as the season went on last year.
They did, but you talk about a defensive tackle who can stuff and do a good job along the interior and stop that inside running game. Broderick Martin can do that. He's an immovable object at times along that interior. Short area athleticism and quickness.
I did not have him graded either.
A reasonable level, needs to do the same in terms of his pad level. When you watch him, two things really stuck out. The kid was a blogger, played hard, 31 tackles this past year. He only had 1.5 sacks, but 7 hurries, forced the fumble. Against Indiana, 6 tackles, 4 were solo. UAB had a sack, he had a forced fumble. Along with football, he had basketball, he was on a hardwood, track. Broderick Martin is what he is. He'll free up your linebackers, he'll occupy, and he'll get some, once in a while, he'll get some pressure on the quarterback.
And this is somebody that the strength and conditioning people have to get with.
I have no idea who Broderick Martin is. This is another guy who has no grade.
He can clog up the middle, and for a defense that gave up a ton of yards against the run, I know defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn is glad to have somebody like that, but the offseason will be important for him to get in NFL shape where he can play down after down.
We have 6 picks remaining. The commissioner is out in the crowd, greeting some of the well more than 100,000 fans who are out here with us tonight. And we'll come back to Kansas City in just a moment on ESPN.
All right, last round of the compensatory picks, and that'll likely end our. That'll likely end it for me and for this stream. So I was right. There were 2 guys that I didn't have graded, Broderick Martin and Marte Mapu. So we'll have to see that. But overall, I think that in the 3rd round, the best picks so far have been Darnell Washington, Josh Downs, Jalen Hyatt, and then Drew Sanders. The best picks that happened in the 2nd round, I'm going to have Joey Porter Jr., Michael Mayer, Brian Branch, Cam Smith, John Mitchell Schmitz, Osiris Torres. And I'm going to make a video about them as well.
My finances were all over the place, and my banking relationship was getting, well, complicated. So I broke up with my messy accounts and moved my money to SoFi. Now I earn higher interest on my checking and savings, and bank, borrow, and invest all in one app. Feels nice being in control.
Get up to 4.20% APY and bank, borrow, and invest all in one app. Plus, download the SoFi app and earn up to $250 when you set up direct deposit. SoFi, get your money right.
Join Cheddar as we explore the hidden side of America's biggest city in NYC Review.
To see New York City from above is no comparison.
Catch the 2nd season of NYC Review.
EGO, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, brings you the world's first power load string trimmer with Line IQ technology. So smart, it loads the line automatically and keeps the line extended to maintain full trimming.
Is there any good cornerback left, or have they all gone? I think they've mostly all gone, except for Clark Phillips and Keely Ringo. Keely Ringo has not gone yet. Keely Ringo I have as my 33rd player in the draft. Clark Phillips is another guy that I have as my 40th player in the draft, who have completely fallen. Garrett Williams is also there. Maybe people just, or the GMs definitely didn't evaluate this cornerback class as highly as I did. because I just have not seen that many cornerbacks even be taken. And I just really haven't seen a lot of cornerbacks taken. I've seen a ton of edge prospects taken, but I hope I'm right about this cornerback class, man. I mean, I like this cornerback class, but like, man, Christian Gonzalez fell super far. Even Joey Porter Jr. fell really far. Maybe I was wrong about this cornerback class, but I think these are really good players.
Commanders select Ricky Stromberg, center, Arkansas.
More help on that offensive line now. Yeah, run blocker. He gets after it against the drive.
All right.
Off the ball. He also seals them off pretty well. You know, sustaining is an issue at times. Gets caught leaning. You know, as a pass blocker, the awareness, handling stunts, and
Stromberg.
play with more consistent leverage and more consistent balance. Four-year starter. He's a guard early on, then a fixture as the anchor, as the center of that offensive line with the Arkansas Razorbacks. Most consistent, outstanding blocker determined by the league's coaches this past year. Got the Jacobs blocking.
He was my last graded guy, actually.
Running game average 407 yards of offense per game. I viewed him as a potential starter. At worst, a backup book. He had a really good.
He's a backup guy for me. He's a backup guy for me.
He hits, he stalls on contact. He's got to bring his feet a little bit more. He's going to be a rotational guy from a center standpoint, but he's got to work on contact. Pat those bunnies and keep your feet going.
Cleveland Browns will make the next selection here. Cleveland has not had a lot of action so far that we will see. San Francisco again. The Raiders will have another pick.
All right, the Browns are up.
With the 98th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Siaki Ika, defensive
Siaki Ika.
Baylor.
Transfer from LSU. He was a freshman on that team that won.
That's a good pick. I like that a lot. They have a good defensive line now. They needed run defending, and they were able to get it. I like Siaki Ika. Pure nose tackle. However, he is really solid. He's a guy that I liked quite a bit out of Baylor. Nose tackle, and he's got some juice in the pass game. Even though he's not athletic, or not super athletic, he has some pretty decent, he has some pretty good pass rush moves. He's got good strength. He is a really good run stuffer. So I like that pick for the Cleveland Browns. Gonna give that an A right now.
Every defensive coordinator wants, and you see it here on the highlight. That's 335 pounds now. Now I know he ran 5'4" in the 40. That right there is not indicative of how this young man plays. For a big guy with this kind of body type.
Cleveland's had two really solid picks so far.
Here's what I love about him. When he left LSU and went to Baylor, played with a chip on his shoulder, you saw a guy that played harder, played with more motivation. He's got to continue that in the NFL.
Just the Browns' second pick.
He probably replaces Jordan Elliott, and Dalvin Tomlinson moves to the three tech. Niners, Jake Moody.
The San Francisco 49ers select Jake Moody, kicker, Michigan.
I think there is no justification for ever drafting a kicker within the top 3 rounds. I can guarantee you, they just said, hey, okay. Hey, we'll just pick a kicker. Not a great pick. Even though I had, even though I had Moody as my top kicker in the draft, even though I had him as my top kicker in the draft, you cannot justify a kicker in the 3rd round, bro. Oh, man. 49ers draft, I mean, just, for me, it's looking like a bottom 5 unit. Jair Brown, I think, is good. He's a pretty good free safety, solid, but I had a 5th round grade on him in their 2nd pick. They picked Jake Moody, a kicker, which is kind of scary, but Jair Brown definitely headlines their draft so far. And he'll probably be a rotational safety guy, and it probably works good in the 49ers system. Raiders are up with their final pick, and we have 3 more picks to finally go in the draft with the Raiders, 49ers, and then Vikings. we have some good guys that are still left on the board. Guys like Keely Ringo, guys like DeWanda Jones, Israel Abanikanda. We still have with Saiki Ika finally went. We still got Adetamiba Edebaware. We got some good guys here.
Great conversations. Or excuses to unplug. You can't buy possibilities.
And then obviously Jake Hainer will probably go in the 4th round.
But you can invest in them. At T. Rowe Price, we believe your investment should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price, invest with confidence.
Ego. Steel. All the top-rated brands. All run on their own single battery system. And all come from one source. Your local Ace. Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
A cyber attack can grind everything to a halt. Cisco Security keeps your company moving forward because if it's connected, it's protected. Cisco.
New chicken nuggets from KFC?
Everybody's gonna want these. Let's eat these inside.
Brand new Kentucky Fried Chicken Nuggets. You've never had nuggets like these.
We're done.
What about these?
Looks right. Quick! The Quicker Picker-Upper. One sheet of Bounty is all you need. And Bounty is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less. Bounty, the Quicker Picker-Upper.
It may be a new season, but the slate is not wiped clean. Give us baseball at its best. Phillies, Astros. It's the World Series rematch on Sunday Night Baseball.
Let's go, Bolo.
The schedule is released.
Lots of great storylines.
A rivalry game just the way we like it.
All eyes on the quarterback.
It's a true revenge game.
Let's go.
Leaps him in, and it is caught.
If you're a fan of football, this is the day.
We're back in Kansas City. 3 picks remain. Now, who are the best players remaining?
Well, I think we have a Northwestern player at the top of this list, Greeny. That's Adetomiwa Adebaware, who's more of a 3 technique. We talked about the versatility, the great workout. But
What's up, Dad?
match up with the performance on the field. And you look at Keely Ringo and
What?
Darius Rush.
No, it's a cough. I don't. This shit's not gonna help my cough. I'm fine. I'm fine. Don't leave that up here. Don't leave that up here. Don't leave that up here.
Another long athletic corner from Kentucky who had a solid season overall.
So, of course, there will be rounds 4 through 7 tomorrow, and so much of a football roster is built out on that 3rd day. But we still have a few picks to make tonight, Brooke.
Yeah, and this is how you build depth on your football team. A lot of the guys that we're drafting now are guys that have things that they need to work on, guys that need to get bigger, stronger, get in better shape. But these are the core guys, special teams guys you're drafting now. They can contribute before they contribute on offensive defense.
We just had a kicker from Michigan selected, and now let's see where the Raiders go here late in round 3.
With the 100th pick in the 2020.
All right, 100 for the Raiders.
The Las Vegas Raiders select Trey Tucker, wide receiver, Cincinnati.
The Raiders building together.
Trey Tucker.
With their new quarterback, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Actually thought Trey Tucker's teammate Tyler Scott may go ahead of him.
Tyler Scott should have gone ahead of him, man.
Trey Tucker. Why? Because of his return ability. He was one of the top return men in this draft. 5'9", 182-pounder. He can beat you down the field, has big play ability both as a receiver and as a return man. Obviously lacks the catch radius that you want, but against UCF this year, 10 catches for 110 yards, had 7 catches for 105 against the MAC opponent, Miami of Ohio, 5 for 92 against Indiana. But the return skills, I think, is what get your attention. The return game and the ability to beat the cornerback down the field for a big play.
Another guy with no grade. Wow. wow.
He went ahead, like I say, of his teammate Tyler Scott.
Those guys who can threaten the middle of the field like him, who are position versatile, or I should just say utilization versatile, meaning he can run routes, he can also just get the ball in his hands on jet sweeps, end arounds. I mean, that's something that Josh McDaniels is going to want to do. But you're right. I thought his teammate would go before him too, Mel. That's why I was shocked to hear his name get called. But I know Josh.
That's a bad pick, in my opinion. I'm going to give that a D.
With the next selection.
With the 101st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft.
All right, 101.
The San Francisco 49ers select Cameron Latu.
Cameron Latu.
Alabama.
Adding more weapons to that diverse offense.
This is going to be a B minus.
It's not clear that it matters. Cameron Latu attacks the football. He doesn't let it get into his body. Not a body catcher by any stretch. He catches the football. He snatches it. Adept at winning in tight coverage. That was Cameron Latu.
Bro, so many fifth-round guys have gone in this draft.
At times, some focused drops there. Blocking lacks the desired consistency. This past year, he had 30 catches for 377 yards and 4 touchdowns. Stick-out game was Tennessee, 90 receiving yards and a touchdown on 6 receptions. Kansas State game led the Crimson Tide with 5 catches in that game. Set a school record for touchdowns by a tight end with 8 last year and 2 years ago in 2021. Averaged 15.8 a catch.
All right, last pick in the draft. The Vikings are on the clock.
Cameron Latu, I think, is a backup tight end at the pro level.
Yeah, he's a backup tight end. If he's going to play the wide, he's got to become a better blocker, meaning that attached tight end next to the tackle. Maybe not
Vikings with the last pick in the draft.
excellent routes, but overall, from a standpoint, improve as a blocker, he'll be fine.
Last pick of the night, the Minnesota Vikings will make it.
Hey, it's great to be here tonight. I just want to dedicate this pick in the memory of some Viking greats that we've lost here recently. Longtime member of the personnel department, Frank Gilliam. Earlier in the year, Bud Grant. Coach, of course. It's hard to believe it's been 5 years. Freddie Zamberletti, trainer for the Minnesota Vikings, starting
All right, last pick in the draft.
61 when the organization first began until 2011. And then, of course, the man who drafted me 30 years ago. It's been almost 7 years since we lost Dennis Green. They were all great Vikings. Let's find out who that next great Viking is going to be with the 102nd and final pick of the evening. In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select, you asked for it and you're getting it, defensive back from USC, Mekhi Blackman.
Oh.
They need help all over that defense. And it looks like they went and got some there from USC.
I really like Mekhi Blackman, just under 6 foot, about 180.
Kai Blackman, I did not have him graded. I had 22 cornerbacks graded. And smaller guy.
Really nice pedal sequencing, good hips, good ball skills, 5 career interceptions, 20 career PBUs. He's a guy who is very patient and press, doesn't bite, really stays square. You can see here that he knows how to pin wide receivers to the sideline. This guy has good ball skills. Just has to always play strong down the field. Keep your hands off the wide receivers. He likes to take some chances. At the break point of routes, he likes to sit and squat and grab.
All right. That's going to do it for the 2023 NFL Draft Day 2, over 70 picks. Been a fun stream. I'm going to end this right here. Hope you guys all had a fun night. For me, it was definitely a super long night. But I will see you guys in the stream tomorrow at 12 o'clock.